Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for tonight's meeting. Tonight, the Metropolitan Council holds its 16th business meeting of a four-year term and its 9th regular scheduled meeting in the calendar year 2020. Because of concerns regarding the coronavirus pandemic, the council tonight will again conduct its business virtually, operating for a third straight meeting under emergency rules. Due to those health concerns, the public will not be present, and almost all of the 40 council members will attend and participate online. Again, the only members here in the council chambers tonight are Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, who will conduct the meeting, and Council Member Pro Tempore Jeff Syracuse, who will run the session if the Vice Mayor cannot. At-large Council Member Bob Mendez, who is Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, is also present since he handles a significant amount of the legislation the Council will consider. Council Staff Director and Attorney John Cooper is also here, along with a few other council members. All of us present are observing guidelines for social separation. An executive order issued by Tennessee Governor Bill Lee allows local governments and their legislative bodies to meet electronically during this time of emergency to handle necessary business. The council has about a 22-page agenda tonight that includes 10 bills, or 10 pages with 47 zoning bills. For the first time, the council will attempt virtual public hearings on zoning bills. Members of the public wishing to speak on matters posted for the public hearing may call area code 629-255-1931. That's area code 629-255-1931. Once they call that number, they can provide live input when the agenda item they're interested in is called up during the course of the meeting. You can find a copy of tonight's agenda and all the bills up for public hearing at the Metro Council section of tonight's of the Nashville.gov website. Please visit www.nashville.gov/metro-council-meeting.aspx for additional information about remote participation in the Metro Council's public hearing tonight. Again, this is the first time this has been attempted. On tonight's meeting, there's also 1 page of confirmations to various city boards and commissions, 4 pages of resolutions, a little over a page on first reading bills, 2.5 pages on second reading ordinances, and about 4 pages bills on third and final reading. Legislative matter perhaps of most attention tonight is the proposed multi-billion-dollar metro budget and a 32% property tax increase to fund it. Both the budget and the tax levy bills are on first reading tonight. Normally, all first reading bills are approved routinely to get them into committee to allow for further review and changes later in the budget process. But given these extraordinary circumstances, we'll see if the council members want to speak on those bills separately and vote on them separately. It's not expected that's going to happen, but we never know exactly what's going to happen. The council will also consider RS 2022-94. It's a $44,000 settlement from the Youth Opportunity Investment Group, which operates the city's downtown juvenile detention center. You might remember that's where 4 youth recently escaped, leading to a high-profile and costly search to apprehend them. Metro Police sought over $250,000 in damages to the company for the cost it took to conduct the searches. But also due to some potential Metro shortcomings on the matter and the cost to litigate the matter, the Metro Legal Department is recommending this $144,000 settlement to end the matter. If you want to follow tonight's meeting, again, you can go to the council. You can find the council agenda online as well as the council staff analysis to explain the legislation. You can just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville Government website, then the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up from consideration night so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's now go to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll gavel tonight's meeting to order.
Okay, and what about anybody here? Okay, got it. Good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, you ready? Madam Clerk, you ready? You okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me make sure Elizabeth is okay.
You ready? Slade, you ready? So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, May 5th, 2020. It is Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo. This is an historic meeting because we believe it is the first Metro Council meeting ever to have a public hearing conducted by teleconferencing. So will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Pastor Ken Wetmore of the Madison chapter of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, a guest of Council Member Tanya Hancock.
Thank you to Councilmember Hancock and this council for the opportunity to give the invocation this evening. Know that the Madison campus Seventh-day Adventist Church have this council and our leadership in our prayers. Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, this evening as this body meets, they face challenges that are staggering and require something beyond human wisdom. These challenges require the wisdom that only you can give. We are reminded in the Old Testament book of Daniel that wisdom and might are yours, and you appoint those who govern. Each of the council members here today are here by your sovereign election for such a time as this. I pray that each one would rely on you for wisdom as they make crucial decisions for our country and beloved city of Nashville. We especially pray for our Mayor, John Cooper, and this council as they are faced with the challenge of responding to COVID-19. Thank you that they care about the public's safety and give them wisdom and understanding in balancing the public's economic health and physical health. Lord, we ask you to put your hand of protection over this city. We pray that you would bring healing to all those suffering from COVID-19 and comfort and peace to those who have lost those they love to this terrible disease. Lord, we lift our children who are having to handle isolation and a change in their lives that is difficult for them to understand. We pray that you will bring healing and restoration so that they may enjoy good and happy futures. We bring before your throne of mercy those who are negatively impacted by Sunday's storm and those who are still recovering from March's tornadoes and have had to do so under the added hardship of COVID-19. Thank you that we live in a city where the citizens act as your hands and feet to relieve the suffering of their neighbors. Lord, may you fully restore those who have lost much and bless those who have given much for the restoration of others. You have promised where 2 or 3 are gathered in your name that you are there also. We pray for your presence here, even in cyberspace, as this council gathers to conduct business. Now to him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power that works in us, to him be glory forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So you all may be seated. So this is our third council meeting by computer access. This will be, again, the first of those meetings where we've had items before us on public hearing. We are allowing members of the public to call in if they wish to be heard on public hearing matters. And pursuant to the notices that went out, the public has also been invited to personally attend this meeting. Steps have been taken to allow people to attend tonight's meeting while practicing safe health protocols as well as social distancing. So I am now going to ask the clerk to call the roll. Tonight, council members, you do not have to mute or unmute your phones. We can now do that for you. Remember, when it's your turn to answer, please respond. Also, please let the clerk know after she calls your name whether you are logged into the iLegislate software that has been provided to you. Madam Clerk, you're recognized to call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Hurt. Are you logged in?
Into the iLegislate software that is provided.
Councilmember Hurt, you may want to turn your television down, make sure that you're on.
Councilmember Hurt?
Yes, ma'am. Are you logged in as well?
Okay, you can come back to her.
Councilmember Allen,
Here.
and are you logged in?
I'm logged into iLegislate.
Thank you. Councilmember Glover, Councilmember Glover,
I'm here and I'm logged into iLegislate.
Councilmember Suara,
Here, I'm logged into iLegislate.
Councilmember Hall.
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms.
Here,
Suara.
and I'm also logged into iLegislate.
Thank you. Councilmember Toombs, Councilmember Toombs,
Present and logged into iLegislate.
Councilmember Gamble,
Present and logged into iLegislate.
Councilmember Swope, Councilmember Swope, Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Parker,
I am present and logged into iLegislate.
thank you. Councilmember Withers,
I'm present and logged into iLegislate.
Councilmember Benedict,
I'm present and I'm logged into iLegislate.
Councilmember Van Rees,
Also present and logged in.
Councilmember Hancock,
I'm logged in.
Councilmember Young,
And ready to go.
Councilmember Hager,
I am here and I think I'm logged in.
Councilmember Evans, Councilmember Evans, Councilmember Bradford,
Wait.
Councilmember Bradford,
I'm here, ready to go.
and you are logged in?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Roten, Councilmember Roten,
I'm having tech issues.
thank you. Councilmember Syracuse, Councilmember Syracuse is in the chamber. Councilmember Welsh,
Present and logged in.
Councilmember Sledge,
Present and logged in.
Councilmember Cash,
Present and logged in. I'm logged in, but I don't see the join button.
Councilmember O'Connell,
Logged in and ready with an awesome reverb pedal.
Councilmember Roberts,
Present and logged in.
Councilmember Taylor, Councilmember Taylor,
Present and logged in.
Councilmember Hauser,
Present and logged in.
Councilmember Druffel,
Present and logged in.
Councilmember Murphy, Councilmember Murphy,
Present and logged in.
Councilmember Pulley,
Present and logged into iLegislate.
Councilmember Johnston, Councilmember Johnston.
I'm pregnant. Sorry, I'm not pregnant. I'm present and logged in.
Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Councilmember Porterfield is present. I'm logged in. Councilwoman Hurt said that she can hear, but she cannot say anything, and she believes she's logged into iLegislate. And congratulations to Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. Councilmember Sepulveda.
I am not pregnant. I am present, and I am logged in.
Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Rutherford.
Here and logged in.
Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Stiles.
Oh, good God.
That's the one? Yeah.
Present and logged into iLegislate.
I thought they were unmuting us. Yeah. Well, because mine didn't unmute. They called my name.
Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Lee.
Yes, I'm here. I'm present, and I think I'm logged into iLegislate, but I can only see there. I can only talk through the WebEx.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Henderson.
I believe that Councilmember Henderson, unless she's on the phone, is on her way in. She's had trouble with access to the internet.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
For Jefferson, I'm here and logged in.
Councilmember Hurt.
So I believe, based upon what I'm hearing, Councilmember...
I'm here.
There she is. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, can you tell me how many members we have present right now with, I believe that Councilmember Henderson is on her way in?
We have 35 present. We may have Ms. Vercher, but she has issues with her audio. We did not get a response from Ms. Evans or from Mr. Swope. And Ms. Henderson is on her way in. We did not get a response from Mr. Nash.
Right. So,
this is Erin Evans. I'm here.
Councilmember Evans is here.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this is Councilmember Roten. I'm logged in.
All right. Councilmember Roten is logged in. Councilmember Vercher? All right. So Councilmember Swope is here. He is working with IT, so he is actually in the chamber, just outside the chamber. And Councilmember Nash, I believe, is also in the council offices, so he should be present as well. Okay. So Councilmember Nash, if you're having trouble getting onto the system, then you may want to come down. We have lots of empty seats down here. So with that, Councilmember Nash, I know is here. Councilmember Swope is here. Councilmember Evans is here. So we now have 38 members present. Councilmember Henderson is on her way. And Councilmember Vercher, just double checking. So at some point, we'll double check and see if she's got here. So we have 38 members present. So Madam Clerk, I believe we have a quorum.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so let's get the meeting started. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from April 21st, 2020? Got a motion properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor, there are no messages from the mayor.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized for your standard motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the May 5th, 2020 Metro Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metro government, and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. I got a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye to the motion. You all sound better all the time. Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? All right, so the vote is 38 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions. So 3 points before we go on, and then I'm going to call on Chairman Hurt for a brief report. So I do continue as we go through all these different things happening to our city. Want to continue to acknowledge and thank all of our first responders, our healthcare workers, our public employees, our emergency personnel, the police.
I'm here, but it went quiet.
I'm here too. I can't hear anything.
Me too.
All right.
Yeah, it disappeared.
Why am I here?
All right, so everybody hold on just a second. We're double checking to make sure we've got everybody on the system. We okay? What? Okay.
The mic thing is not going to work for this meeting. Me unmuting their mics in all and unmuting all is not going to work. It's not working.
So let the council members unmute themselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. You can go back. We're good.
So are we live?
Yeah, you're live.
Okay. All right, so it sounds like we're having a little technical issues with the muting and the unmuting of the machines from here. So I think we're going to be allowed to let you do it from, if you want to say something, then you can control it. So what I'm telling you is...
Yes, they're just checking on iLegislate.
So we are hearing from some members.
I think they may need to tell everyone to mute WebEx now and put it down, and Slade will now start unmuting us.
How do you get on iLegislate anyway?
It is on your computer. They should have installed it. There's an icon that should be to the left on your screen. I couldn't get through to it, so I'm looking at one and listening through the other.
Slade sent an email to everyone today that has the details for how to log into iLegislate. Okay.
So council members, if you can hear me, and members of the general public, we're trying to get our technical issues worked out before we proceed. So just hang with us for just a minute.
Y'all, should I turn off my reverb pedal?
I think it adds to the charm.
Mr. Hurd, can you turn off the microphone so we, at least they're muted at this point?
All muted, they're unmuting themselves. I mean, I had them muted, but they're unmuting themselves. I can't, facing them, but everybody's muted now.
Okay. All right, can council members hear me?
Councilmember Young, do you know any jokes?
So, council members, can you hear me? If so, can somebody just unmute and tell me yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I can hear you.
Thank you. All right. I know some of you may not want to hear me, but now that you can hear me, I think we can proceed ahead. So I'm looking to our IT folks. Do the council members need to now start muting and unmuting themselves? All right. So council members, if you can mute yourself at this point. We're going to do it like we've done the last couple of meetings, where if you want to say something, then just unmute. So like when I call for a vote, you'll simply have to unmute and then mute yourself back. If you want to be heard, I think we'll be able to see your hands up on our board, and then you'll just have to unmute yourself when we call on you. All right? All right, so we're back on the agenda. Again, I was in the process of thanking first responders, our healthcare workers, our public employees, emergency personnel, police, firefighters, grocery store workers, pharmacy employees, essential service providers, volunteers, and everyone else who is working to get us through this crisis. We obviously keep having crisis. Thank you to everyone for helping us get through this. Second, our thoughts are with Councilmember Johnston and her family. I know she's on the call. I know her dad is very ill. Councilmember Johnston, our thoughts and prayers are with you right now. Last comment I will hold for just a moment. These are comments about matters on the public hearings which we're scheduled to have tonight, and I'll say something about that when we get to the agenda, which will be just in a few moments. Councilmember Hurt, as chair of our Health and Hospitals Committee, you're recognized for an update on COVID-19. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just given the daily updates that we have from our metro and state, we have 3,222 confirmed cases with 131 new cases and 32 deaths with 1,630 recovered. The state level, we have 13,624 confirmed, 6,300 recovered, and 226 deaths statewide. For those who need information in regards to COVID-19, you may call 615-862-7777. That's 615-862-7777. Or you may go to the website at covid19.nashville.gov. covid19.nashville.gov. There will be webinars held on tomorrow, one from 1 p.m. to 2:30 for religious congregations, and there's also going to be one for individuals 65 and over residents from 3 to 4:30. I also want to give an update on MDHA has continued with their screenings. They, Hadley Park had 65 screened, 50 tests. 35 of them have come back negative. 15 tests are pending. Last weekend they were at Vine Hill, and it was 43 screened and 41 tests, and we're waiting for results on those. This coming up weekend, they will be at Davidson and the Parthenon Towers. And I also would like to recognize Mary Pat Teague from Vanderbilt University. She, Vanderbilt and the Henning Group did a study on COVID-19 impact on the LGBTQ Americans. It was very interesting to find that 17.9% of them were reported in losing their jobs, 30.2% reported losing at least some reduction in their jobs. This is a vulnerable population that has a higher prevalence of underlying conditions like heart disease, asthma, HIV, and they are less likely to have health insurance. I think that's some very good information to have, and keep that in mind as we continue to work under these unprecedented times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. We very much appreciate the information, and I'd like for you to keep reporting at the council meetings because this information is very relevant for both the council and the city as a whole. Councilmember Johnston, your hand is up. Do you wish to be recognized?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I used to see the button to make a motion or to request to speak on I legislate, and I don't see that anymore. So just kind of wanted to check to see if that was maybe what the technical problem was, or if I'm doing something wrong. I don't know.
Well, at this point, Councilmember Johnston, I can hear you, and I can also see your hand raised, so I think we're good. So we're going to continue on, but at this point, it may have been the technical glitch, but I could recognize you, so I can see that that you actually are wishing to be recognized, and then I can also scroll through still, and I'm making sure that, well, Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized. You have your hand up.
Sorry. Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge on behalf of the LGBTQ caucus the information that Councilmember Hurt provided is going to be discussed at our meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. On this same back channel. And it is important that folks know that we're looking into all segments of our society, and in particularly with the LGBTQ community being the appropriate Venn diagram, whether no matter what race, creed, economic, social status, or immigration status, male, female, non-binary, we cross across the city, and we're doing our due diligence to make sure that all reports are available so that any efforts that are necessary, particularly for our youth, our seniors, and those most vulnerable are taken care of. And I just wanted to pause for a moment to thank Councilmember Hurt for including that report in her statement. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. All right. So we are now on to elections and confirmations. Is there a report from the Rules Committee? Chairman Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is from the video-heavy Rules Committee. First up, for the Action Commission, we had the appointment of Ms. Talisha Arguelles-Cobb for a term expiring December 1st, 2020. Ms. Cobb will fill the unexpired term of Dr. Gwendolyn Watson, along with the reappointment of Ms. Karen Doty for a term expiring February 2nd, 2023. We voted 8 in favor, none against, and I move approval.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. That's a motion to approve, properly seconded. This is for the appointment of Ms. Talisha Cobb and the reappointment of Ms. Karen Doty. Motion second. Any discussion on that? I'm checking. So see no discussion. We're voting on those two appointments. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. Any abstentions? The vote is 38 for, 0 against, and 0 abstentions. Okay, the motion passes. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized for Auditorium Commission.
Thank you, Mr. President. Little feedback problem. Okay. For my Auditorium Commission, the appointment of Ms. Susan Gorbani for a term expiring June 30, 2022. Ms. Gorbani fills the unexpired term of Ms. Leanne Lisk. We voted 8 in favor, none against, and I move approval.
All right, so the motion is to approve Ms. Susan Gorbani for a term expiring June 30, 2022 for the Auditorium Commission, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, Ms. Susan Gorbani is approved for the Auditorium Commission, 38 for, 0 against, and 0 abstentions. I believe that's correct. Any corrections? Then the motion passes. Councilmember Rosenberg, let's take the next 3 together. Convention Center Authority, Electrical Examiners, and Emergency Communications District Board.
Okay.
All right.
Convention Authority, we had the appointment of Ms. Seema Prasad for a term expiring September 30th, 2020, filling the unexpired term of Ms. Renata Soto. We voted 7 in favor, none against. The Electional Examiners and Appeals Board, the reappointment of Mr. Mark Poole for a term expiring.
Mike, to make me a cocktail?
Council members, besides Councilmember Rosenberg, please mute your microphones because we're getting extra people talking. Okay, Councilman Rosenberg.
But if someone's making cocktails, anyway, the reappointment of Mr. Mark Poole for a term expiring February 2nd, 2024. We voted 8 in favor, none against. And for the Emergency Communications District Board, we had the reappointments of Ms. Ruby Baker, Mr. Richard Cowan, and Ms. Lorenda Hale for terms expiring February 14th, 2024. We voted 8 in favor, none against. And I move for the approval of all 5.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rosen. Properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussions on those appointments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstaining. Any corrections on that vote? Then that's the vote. The motion is approved for Ms. Seema Prasad for the Convention Center Authority, the reappointment of Mr. Mark Poole, reappointment of Ms. Ruby Baker, Mr. Richard Cowan, and Ms. Lorenda Hale for the Emergency Communications District Board. All right, so let's take the next 3. Fair Commissioners Board, Human Relations Commission, and the Sports Authority. Chairman Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have the appointment of Dr. Sherry Weiner for a term expiring April 6, 2021, filling the unexpired term of Ms. Bonna Johnson. We voted 7 in favor, none against. The Human Relations Commission, the appointment of Mr. Pratik Dash for a term expiring April 18th, 2021, filling the unexpired term of Ms. Marcela Gomez. The Sports Authority, we had the reappointment of Ms. Kathy Bender for a term reappointment of Ms. Kathy Bender, the appointment of Colonel Don Deering, and the appointment of Mr. Glenn Farmer, all for a term expiring February 19th, 2026. We voted for those, 8 in favor, none against, and I move approval of these 5.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Let me make sure on the Human Relations Commission, the vote on Mr. Dash was it 7 to 0? 8 in
favor, none against.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you've heard the motion. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion from council members? Seeing none, we're voting on the motion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstaining. Any corrections to that vote? then the motion passes for the appointment of, you said Dr. Cherie Weiner. I believe it was Sherry Weiner, and I believe she used to sit in this chair. Mr. Pratik Dash for the Human Relations Commission, and Ms. Kathy Bender, Colonel Don Deering, and Mr. Glenn Farner for the Sports Authority. All right, Councilman Rosenberg, you're recognized for the last three, Stormwater Management, Traffic and Parking Commission, and Zoning Appeals Board. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Stormwater Committee, I'd like to withdraw this appointment, please. That nomination's been withdrawn.
All right, so that's withdrawn.
Do we need to vote on that?
Okay. No, we don't need a vote on it. No, it's withdrawn.
Okay, gotcha. The Traffic and Parking Commission, we have the reappointment of Ms. Sarah Lee Woods for a term expiring April 3rd, 2025. We voted to approve 8 in favor, none against. And for the Zoning Appeals Board, the reappointment of Ms. Christina Karpanek for a term expiring February 26th, 2025. Voted for Ms. Karpanek, 8 in favor, none against, and I move approval of those final 2 appointments.
All right, so the motion is to approve 2, Ms. Sarah Lee Woods for the Traffic and Parking Commission and Ms. Christina Karpanek for the Zoning Appeals Board. Properly seconded. Any discussion from the council on the motion? All right, seeing none, we're voting on the motion. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. Any abstentions? So the motion passes 38-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that vote? Hearing none, that's the vote. All right, so let me go through this again. We appointed Ms. Talisha Cobb and Ms. Karen Doty to the Action Commission, Ms. Susan Gorbani to the Auditorium Commission, Ms. Seema Prasad for the Convention Center Authority, Mr. Mark Poole for the Electrical Examiners and Appeals Board, Ms. Ruby Baker, Mr. Richard Cowan, Ms. Lorinda Hale for the Emergency Communications District Board, Dr. Sherry Weiner for the Fair Commissioners Board, Mr. Pratik Dash for the Human Relations Commission, Ms. Kathy Bender, Colonel Don Deering, and Mr. Glenn Farner for the Sports Authority, Ms. Sarah Lee Woods for Traffic and Parking Commission, and Ms. Christina Karpanek for the Zoning Appeals Board. Thank you. You have all been approved. I know that you had to go through this process, which is a little different than we normally use, but thank you for agreeing to do that. Thank you for willingness to serve and volunteer your time to assist Nashville and Davidson County. We very much appreciate it. And council members, you can open up your machines and give them some applause. So thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations for your service.
So members of the public, we usually, and those watching on television, we usually have all the people here, and typically we give them a standing ovation. We're just in different times right now. We can't do that right now, but we do very much appreciate them serving. All right, so now we move on to matters on public hearing. So a little bit of information before we start. Planning Commission held a public hearing for bills almost 2 weeks ago. Our IT department has worked diligently to make this work for us tonight. Because of concerns about hearing from the public, we checked with council members to determine what bills they felt comfortable with moving ahead tonight. So according to my initial count from staff, we have 46 matters listed tonight on public hearing. 31 of the 46 matters listed tonight will be deferred. So that includes most, if not all, of the matters that were likely to have discussion. So we did that last week. And then we had storms on Sunday night and Monday night that occurred, causing widespread power outages across the city. If the tornadoes and COVID-19 weren't enough for Nashville and Davidson County, now many people in our city are without power due to the recent storms. So I will tell you this, we are extremely mindful of open meetings, transparency, and making sure that people have a chance to participate in their government. So I am asking that council members tonight be very mindful of that as we go through the agenda tonight. I also ask that if there's any controversy for any item on a public hearing, that you take appropriate steps as you feel necessary, and that you remember that you can always move for an additional public hearing if that is required. So before we go on and start, are there any questions from council members about how we're going to proceed? So I'm checking the board. Okay. Now, if members of the public are interested, this is very important, if members of the public are interested in speaking, either for or against any item on the public hearing agenda, this is how you do it, unless you're already in the chamber. So if you're at home, you should be watching us on Channel 3 or watching it live streaming. The number to call in will be at the bottom of the screen. Okay, again, if you're interested in speaking either for or against, typically we break them up, but we were not doing that tonight. If you're interested in speaking either for or against any item on the public hearing agenda, then you should be watching us again on Channel 3 on television or watching it live streaming on your computer. The number to call in will be at the bottom of the screen. I will announce the item is ready for a live call-in, so I'm going to call up the particular resolution or the bill. When I announce that item, then go ahead and make the phone call. The number to dial is 629-255-1931. Wait for operator assistance. The number again is 629-255-1931. You call that number, wait for operator assistance. You will be asked when you're calling if you're calling about the current matter on public hearing. So you don't call now on matters way at the end. You wait until I announce the particular matter that you want to talk about. Remember to mute your television or your live streaming when it's your turn to speak, because there's a delay. Once your time begins, state your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill, and then you will have 2 minutes in which to speak. During your public comment period, you will receive a 30-second warning before your time limit is up. So again, the way this is going to work is we're going to go slowly through this. I will call on the sponsor of the matter and then ask them whether they're going to have a public hearing or not. You will have then time, if that's the issue you want to speak about, to make that phone call. Again, the number is 629-255-1931, and then the operator will help you get to us, and then we'll see if there are any calls on the particular matter. So we are ready to proceed. We are on resolutions on public hearing. So I'm going to call up, we have one resolution. I'm going to call it up and refer to the sponsor. So unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call to open a public hearing. If you wish to speak on that resolution, you call the number that is at the bottom of your screen or that I just gave you. What I'm going to try to do is read the caption of the matter twice so that you have plenty of time to call in. And then once we get through all that, we will open the public hearing, taking callers from either side. After that process, I will close the public hearing and then refer back to the sponsor. So we are ready. Just checking to make sure nobody has any questions from the council. We are ready for the first resolution, which is RS 2020-235. Resolution RS 2020-235. The sponsor is Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Hager, do you plan to have a public hearing tonight on that resolution? Councilmember Hager?
I do, Mr. President.
All right. So if you are interested in speaking on this resolution, then call the number and we will get you into the queue. So it is Resolution RS 2020-235, again by Councilmember Hager. It is a resolution exempting Burger & Company located at 700 Hadley Avenue from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Again, Resolution RS 2020-235 by Councilmember Hager, a resolution exempting Burger & Company located at 700 Hadley Avenue from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Hager, you are recognized. Councilmember Hager?
Wait a minute. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right. This is the former restaurant called Five Strings Garage that was on the corner of Hadley and Donaldson. They previously had a beer permit and sold alcohol, and they sold the building to Burger & Company. So basically, it's going to be the same type of venue, but it'll be a different type of menu where they'll serve the alcohol inside the building, and that's where we're at with that. So it's just a continuation of a different business. Because they shifted owners, they have to ask for this exemption, and I appreciate everybody supporting that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hager, for that very astute rendition of what this is about. Would you like to have your public hearing?
You want committee reports first?
I was going to go there first, but I'm asking, Councilmember Hager, are you ready to call for the public hearing?
I'm ready to call for the public hearing.
Okay, but let's do committee reports first. Councilmember Poole, you're recognized for public safety.
Public safety beer and regulated beverages, recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Hager has requested that Resolution RS 2020-235 have a public hearing. So I declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone in the gallery that wishes to speak on this? Seeing none, is there anybody on the phone that wishes to speak on this matter? Ms. Godin, who is our answering the phones, is there anybody who wishes to speak on this matter?
Thank you.
Is there anybody on the phone who wishes to speak on this resolution?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. We are on Resolution RS 2020-235. If you wish to speak on this matter, all you have to do is introduce yourself, state your address, whether you're for or against the resolution, and then I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is John Stern, 1437 Winding Creek Drive in beautiful Cane Ridge. I am against the process, not against the bill necessarily, or resolution. Very bizarre noises coming through the phone now. Councilman Hager, I cut my teeth working with your father out in the district many years ago, and so I'll do my first virtual public hearing with you, sir. First, we want to express our sincere thanks to Mayor John Cooper and all of Metropolitan government for their outstanding response to the disasters that have struck our beloved community. This is also the first time that the public has been allowed to attempt to address the Metropolitan Council since March 3rd, that night of the first devastating calamity. Unfortunately, we want to formally notify you that it is our belief that the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County is meeting and deliberating in conflict with the State of Tennessee Open Meetings Act, the Governor's Executive Order number 16, and the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. For those of you who are listening, Metropolitan government operates under a law that requires certain standards of transparency, including citizens' right to be present during deliberative processes.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Unfortunately, the coronavirus has disallowed that to happen. All we are asking is that you, the Metropolitan Council, limit further damages, inconveniences, mental anguish, and illness of the residents of Davidson County by ceasing legislative actions that are not essential to the Metro's response to the crisis. That being said, we all need to find a new normal together, one that is equitable, sustainable, and that prepares us and our families for an even brighter future that exists today.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Stern. So you didn't give your position on this measure, but you really weren't speaking on the resolution itself. Is there any individual that wishes to speak on this particular matter, either for or against, that's on the call? So hearing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
I appreciate Mr. Stern's comments about my father, and I appreciate him serving with my dad, working with my dad on the council. But I think we have advertised this as we're supposed to do, and I'm going to ask for approval and support of this bill. I think it'll be a great addition to the Olive Creek Village area. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hager. The motion is to approve this resolution on public hearing, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to speak for a moment about my concern and pause about voting on public hearing bills right now. And I just want to go on the record as voting no on this bill.
All right. There is another caller still on this call, so I'm going to have to go back into Councilmember Hager. I'm going to go back and open up the public hearing so we can take this other caller. Is somebody on the call? Somebody on the phone?
I am here.
Okay. If you'll give me your name, address, and for or against the resolution, and then you have 2 minutes.
My name is Dan Haskins. I live at 20 Jones Circle in Old Hickory, Tennessee. I'm opposed to this resolution. The reason I'm opposed to it is because of the location of the business that's involved. The business is on a busy corner of Donaldson Avenue and Hadley. A very busy corner of traffic. Also, this location 100 feet from a park and also within 100 yards of a community. Very busy part of town, and do not need the addition of people drinking beer and accessing the roadway.
Sir, do you have anything else to say?
That's all.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for calling in. Is there anybody else on the call that wishes to be heard?
There are no more callers.
No more callers? Then, again, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hager, I'm back to you. You had a motion to approve, and it was properly seconded. I'm going to go back to you now that you've heard from another individual. Any additional comments?
I know Mr. Haskins very well, and I'll speak to him later about it. But it's been advertised. We've had alcohol sales there before. We've had no problems there. And I'm still requesting that a motion to approve it so these people can go ahead and start opening their business and try to make some money best they can with carryout until we get through our stages of the pandemic.
Okay. So you've heard Councilmember Hager. He's got a motion to approve the resolution. I've got Councilmember Allen in the queue. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Hager's research on this, but I share Councilmember Bradford's concern about making sure that that the public is allowed to engage in this. I am comfortable voting for bills that are truly non-controversial, but the fact that someone has shown up with some concerns about this, and this is a resolution, so there's not another shot at this, I would just want to go on record saying I'm going to have a hard time voting for anything that has any kind of opposition on public hearing because we simply don't know how many people don't have access to internet tonight to be able to also weigh in on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Hager, any response?
I have not heard any opposition to this at all from anybody till now. It's been advertised like it's supposed to. Signs have been up. I'm still requesting approval.
All right, so we're back on the resolution for approval. Nobody else in the queue. I know we're going to have a negative vote, but we'll try to do this by voice vote, and then we'll see. Okay? So all those in favor of passage of Resolution RS 2020-235 indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right, thank you. Opposed, no.
No.
No. No.
All right, so I've got, let me just double check. I've got Councilmember Bradford as a no, Councilmember Allen as a no, and there was one other no. Councilmember Roten? Is that correct?
Rutherford.
Okay, so did I get that right? There were 3 no's. Any abstentions? Okay, hearing none, the vote is 35 for, 3 against, and 0 abstaining. Any corrections to that vote? Resolution passes. All right, thank you. We're now on bills on public hearing. So again, I'm going to call the bills up one at a time and then refer to the sponsor. Some of these bills are going to be deferred, so listen carefully. Lest the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. When I call the measure, please call in if you wish to speak when I call up the bill number. But listen carefully, because a number of these matters are going to be deferred. Again, I'm going to read the caption of the matter that will be called for public hearing, so you will have plenty of time to call in. We'll open up the public hearing, take callers from either side. After that process is over, we'll close the public hearing and then refer back to the sponsor. So the first matter up is BL 2019-7. This is by Councilmember O'Connell, an ordinance to amend Section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding the existence of a short-term rental property owner-occupied in a two-family zoning district. Councilmember O'Connell, are you going to have a public hearing tonight on that matter? Councilmember O'Connell.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor. We are going to defer this one to the first meeting in July if we'll have a public hearing at that time.
All right. So, so no public hearing. You're deferring to the first meeting in July. Okay. Is that your motion?
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
So the motion is to defer the first meeting in July. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Allen, you still have your hand up. Oh, there it goes. It's gone. Any discussion on the motion to defer the first meeting in July? Properly second. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
Aye.
Opposed, no? Any abstentions?
Hey, Vice Mayor,
Which council member is this?
this is actually Elizabeth Waits, the Metropolitan Clerk.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, for the record, did you say this is going to the first meeting in June?
The first meeting in July.
First meeting in July.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
a public hearing in July. Yep.
First meeting in July. So the vote is 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. The motion is approved to defer to the first meeting in July. All right, we're now on BL 2019-8. The sponsor is Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Roberts, I'm going to go ahead and ask you, do you plan to have a public hearing tonight on this measure?
I do not. I'd like to defer to the first meeting in June, please.
Okay. So you can't do that. It'll be the second meeting in June. It would be June 9th. Okay. First meeting. The first meeting is our public hearing on the budget. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That's perfect.
All right, so it's actually the second meeting in June. All right, so I'm going to read the caption, Bill 2019-8, Councilmember Roberts, an ordinance amending Section 17.20.120 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the provisions of sidewalks. Councilmember Roberts is not going to have a public hearing tonight. Her motion is to defer to the second meeting in June. It's properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? I'm checking. I see nobody in. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just for the viewing audience, since I think this is the first time it's come up, can you explain why the second meeting in June is June 9th?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Allen. So the first meeting in June, which will be June the 2nd, that public hearing is reserved for discussion about the budget. And we expect to have a crowd. And at that point, we'll know kind of where we are in terms of the phases of whether we're opened up or not. But that's why you can't do it to the first meeting in June. We will have a specially set meeting on the second Tuesday in June, which is June the 9th. And that's when any bills that are being deferred off this calendar to the next public hearing will be deferred to the second meeting in June, not the first meeting in June. And then we'll have a third meeting as well. But yeah, the first meeting in June is reserved for the public hearing on the budget. Okay? Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for asking that question. Is there any other comments on this matter? I'm double checking. I see nobody else in the queue. The motion is to defer to the second meeting in June, properly seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the vote is 38 for the motion to the second meeting in June, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that vote? Motion passes. We're on second substitute bill BL 2019-48. Sponsors are Rosenberg, Young, Sledge, and Stiles. Councilmember Rosenberg, this is again the second substitute bill BL 2019-48. I'll come back to committee reports, but do you plan to have a public hearing tonight on that measure?
No, I don't, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so no public hearing on that measure tonight. Second substitute bill BL 2019-48. Ordinance amending Section 17.16.250 of Title 17 of the Code relative to home occupation. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
Okay, Councilmember Mendez, Budget and Finance. That's okay. I'm going to hit your button.
That's live. So that was recommended for deferring to June 9, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sledge, Codes Fair and Farmers Market. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Codes Committee voted 7 in favor, 0 against to defer.
All right, that was sounds like a deferral motion, or the idea was to approve for deferral. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
We deferred till June 9th, 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Power just went out in Bellevue, if anybody's curious. People that already had it. This bill has been, we put it off a few times now. The irony is that it's been delayed because everybody's at home working and have been ordered to stay home and work. This isn't the most difficult impact or most substantive impact by any stretch of the imagination of this whole thing, but I hope that some of the alarmists with respect to this bill have had the opportunity to recognize that even though the sky is falling right now, it's not because people are working from home. At the same time, this bill has only become more critical as businesses struggle and homeowners need more opportunity to get by in an increasingly expensive Nashville. I'm sorry for the delays we've encountered. I know I've heard from constituents who want to see this legislation expedited to let those who want to operate with the law, within the law do so. But this circumstance tonight isn't the time to have a public hearing on it. So I'd like to move for a deferral of the public hearing and second reading until June 9th.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in June, June the 9th, properly seconded. I'm seeing nobody in the queue. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is to defer to the second meeting in June, 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the motion. We're on BL 2019-69 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, BL 2019-69. Do you plan to call for a public hearing tonight?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor, I actually would like to move for a deferral to the second meeting in June.
Okay, so let me read the caption. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Code by changing from RS10 to RM9A zoning for property located at 3413 John Mallet Drive at the southern corner of Ashton Avenue and John Mallet Drive. It's .42 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to defer to the second meeting in June.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer to the second meeting in June, properly seconded. Any discussion on that matter? Remember, if you're listening, that there is no public hearing tonight on that bill. It's being deferred. See nobody in the queue. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions to move this to the second meeting in June. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. We're on BL 2019-79 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, are you going to have a public? Are you going to open a public hearing on this particular matter? BL 2019-79.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I'm not. I would like to move this to the first meeting in July.
Okay. So, Councilmember O'Connell, this is BL 2019-79, ordinance to amend Section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code regarding advertisement and occupancy of a short-term rental property owner-occupied. Councilmember O'Connell wants to make a motion to approve, or has moved this to the second meeting in June. Did you say July or June?
First meeting in July.
First meeting in July. Thank you.
First meeting in July.
Okay. First meeting in July. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the matter? Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a point of clarification. Are we not using our legislative vote tonight?
We are not. We're concerned that there may be a technical glitch, so we're doing it by voice vote. Okay?
Thank you for the clarification.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome. So any other discussions on this? I'm double checking. I see nobody in the queue. The motion is to approve defer, excuse me, not approve, but to defer to the first meeting in July. It's been properly seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Then that's the motion. Approved. So we've got a clarification. We know that Ms. Henderson is now, I think, in the council offices, and she has been actually voting on each of the resolutions. So without objection, we're going to record her as in favor of every motion that has come through so far. Any objections? I believe it's, Madam Clerk, was it just to the resolutions, or is it all the way back to the elections?
Public hearing and on.
Just to the resolution, just through all the matters on public hearing. All right, so we're now at 39 members present. Councilmember Vercher, were you ever able to get on? Okay, all right. All right, so Councilmember Hall, you have the next 4 matters. So I'm going to try to take these as a group. Councilmember Hall, on 2020, 132, 133, 139, and 140, do you plan to have a public hearing tonight on any of those matters?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. So Councilmember Hall is going to not going to have a public hearing on any of these matters. So I'm going to read the captions on all four and then come back to you, Councilmember Hall. 2020-132, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from SCC to MUNA zoning for a portion of property located at 3565 Old Clarksville Pike, approximately 580 feet east of Edens Creek Road, within a commercial plan unit development overlay. 2020-133 by Councilmember Hall, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a commercial plan unit development overlay district for a portion of property located at 7174 Whites Creek Pike, approximately 580 feet east of Edens Creek Road, Zone SCC. BL 2020-139 by Councilmember Hall, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to RM20 to MUNA zoning for properties located at 201, 204, 205, 210, 220, 221, 225, and 231 Gifford Place, southeast corner of Interstate 24 and Whites Creek Pike, and within a planned unit development overlay district. And BL 2020-140 by Councilmember Hall, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by canceling a planned unit development overlay district for properties located at 201, 204, 205, 210, 220, 221, 225, and 231 Gifford Place at the southeast corner of Interstate 24 and Whites Creek Pike. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized for a motion on all four of these measures.
I'm going to make a motion to defer to the first meeting in July on all matters.
All right. So members of the public, the motion is to defer to the first meeting in July on 2020-132, 133, 139, and 140. It's properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Again, it's deferred to the first meeting in July. Seeing nobody in the queue, we're voting on all four matters. It's to defer all four to the first meeting in July. All in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? The vote is 39 for the motion, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Then that's the motion. Thank you, Councilmember Hall. We are now on BL 2020-187. Sponsors are Councilmember Pulley and Johnston. An ordinance to amend Title 6 and 7 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to short-term rental properties. Councilmember Pulley, do you wish to have a public hearing on this measure?
I would like to, unless anybody has any real heartburn over it. I don't think there's anything controversial, and we're not making any substantive changes to conditions, regulations, or restrictions.
All right, so I'm going to go again. BL 2020-187, Councilmember Pulley has indicated that he would like to have a public hearing tonight on that measure. If you're interested in that, on that measure, BL 2020-187, please call in. I'm going to repeat it again. BL 2020-187 by Councilmember Pulley and Johnston. It's an ordinance to amend Titles 6 and 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to short-term rental properties. Councilmember Pulley, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think probably before we open the public hearing, I need to move a substitute. So I would move substitute bill.
Yeah, so checking with Mr. Cooper, we're going to wait until after the public hearing. So have the public hearing first, and then you can move the substitute. Okay?
Okay, all right. Well, there's no committee reports to ask for, so I would like to move to open the public hearing.
All right. So Councilmember Pulley has moved to declare to open the public hearing. I declare the public hearing opened. Is there anybody in the public gallery that wishes to speak on this matter? We're now down to one person. They're not indicating that they have an interest in this. Is there anybody on the phone that wishes to be heard on this particular bill?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers on the line.
We do have callers on the line. All right. So we are on BL 2020-187. The public hearing is open. So we have callers on the line. The first caller, if you will give us your name, address, and if you're for or against the matter, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Proceed ahead. First caller.
Vice Mayor, you have the caller on the line.
Okay. Go ahead. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, Mr. President, and if I could seek clarification from, my name is John Stern, 37 Winding Creek Drive in Cane Ridge. Clarification, can we go on the record as opposed using the same statement that we used opposite to the resolution, or do we need to continue to and repeat ourselves?
Well, since really this is supposed to be about whether you're for or against the matter, you're already on the record as being against the process, and that's fine. You don't need to call back on each matter. You can just indicate that you have a concern about the process. But what we're looking for are people who are either for or against this matter. We're trying to get an idea of what they like. All right?
Yes, I understand, and in normal circumstances, we wouldn't be bothering you, sir. So we have, with 2 minutes, just want to mention that, as you all know, the primary way the citizenry has to affect change in the lives of elected and political decision makers is organizing people, being the group on the facts of the issue, developing collective positions, and implementing a broad public campaign that educates your political pressure to reflect or your position. A public hearing is merely a small...
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Process. 30 seconds. Okay. Citizen engagement is a challenge under the best of times. In the COVID-19 lockdown world, it is near impossible. The community is going to have to find new ways to govern, elect, recall, support, reward, and punish members of government, but we're going to have to do that over time. Thank you all for your service to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Stern. Who's the next caller? Ms. Godin, do we have somebody else on the call?
Callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
How many callers do we have?
You have no more callers in the queue.
No more callers in the queue. All right. So I declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Pulley. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move the substitute.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve the substitute on 2020-187, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Pulley, recognized on the substitute.
Thank you. The substitute just, in the very bottom of the statute, it just clarifies some language. There are no substantive changes as I understand that. Just clarify some language in the original bill.
All right. So you've heard the explanation. And the motion is to approve the substitute. It's been properly seconded. I've got Councilmember Bradford. You're recognized.
No question, sorry.
Okay. And I've got Councilmember O'Connell. You're recognized.
Describe myself as having considerable heartburn about this. This is a significant change to the short-term review process. And given how much interest we've had from the public, especially considering over the past week we've had more than 100,000 Nashvillians lose power and probably struggling to participate in a virtual public hearing, I don't think this is the appropriate time. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to commit to voting against this unless Mr. Is willing to have another public hearing at a more reasonable time for this bill for some impact laws and specifically to a portion that has considerable public ramifications.
All right, so thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Pulley, because of the nature of this, Councilmember O'Connell has discuss the idea of another public hearing on this matter. I know this matter is on public hearing, so I'm going to go back to you, Councilmember Pulley, for any other comments. Nobody else is in the queue.
Sure. That's given the nature of the circumstances here, I understand. And again, as I stated before, unless anybody has any heartburn, quite clearly that's the case. So I'm happy to, let me just ask Mr. Cooper, should we go ahead and continue down the path of voting on the substitute and get that on, and then maybe move to defer to the second meeting in June for another public hearing? Would that be appropriate?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, that would be my request. Again, the substitute is nothing more than, you can look at it in the amendments package under Section 5. It just places a little bit of language. So if we could move the substitute, then I would request that we would defer it, move the substitute and defer the bill on second reading for a second public hearing in the second meeting in June.
Okay, so let's do them one at a time. So we're voting on the substitute, which has been properly seconded. So I'm looking, there is no one else. Oh, Councilmember O'Connell, you still in the queue?
I was just going to say I'm perfectly content with Councilmember Pulley's plan in this regard. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Okay, so nobody else in the queue on the vote on the substitute. All in favor of the substitute on BL 2020-187, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the vote is 39 for the substitute, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? All right, Councilmember Pulley is now on his bill as substituted, and his motion is
And
to...
I would move...
Go ahead, Councilmember Pulley.
I just moved to defer and have a second public hearing on the second meeting in June, which I think is the 9th.
Okay, so as I understand it, you're going to defer the vote on second hearing tonight and have a second public hearing on the second meeting in June. That's your motion? Properly seconded. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I echo Councilmember O'Connell's sentiments and also thank the sponsor for being willing to defer. Will this be on second hearing then when it comes back? Is the total deferral?
Yeah, he hasn't passed on second. He's deferring the vote on second. And having, okay.
And then I just would like to point out before we vote that by moving this out of Section 17, then future short-term rental amendments will not be subject to public hearings, and I want to make sure that people are aware of that as we continue to evaluate this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, we're on the vote to defer the vote on second and actually move it to the second meeting in June and have a second public hearing. That's the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? That motion is passed 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the motion that's passed. We're now on BL 2020-188 by Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Henderson, yeah, you can hear me. I see you in the queue. So do you wish to have a public hearing on this matter tonight?
No, Vice Mayor. I intend to substitute the bill and then defer the public hearing to the June 9th meeting.
Okay. So Councilmember Henderson has indicated she is not having a public hearing on this matter tonight. It's BL 2020-188 by Councilmember Henderson, an ordinance amending Metropolitan Code Chapters 15.64 and 17.20 to require all driveways to have an apron to be paved with a hard surface and to prohibit the runoff of gravel into the public rights-of-way. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move my substitute with a brief explanation, please.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve her substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation on the substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, the substitute is on page 12 of your amendments and substitutes packet. This bill was filed a little too early by accident, and so from a clarity standpoint, the substitute addresses moving this ordinance to Title 13 of our code, and it also clarifies that this is applicable to new and modified or significantly modified driveways, and it has some additional language in there. And so I'm wanting to move this substitute so that it will be on the public record for people's reference when it is timed in for the public hearing in June. And with that, I would renew my motion to substitute, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, so you've heard the discussion on the substitute. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, so the vote for the substitute is 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? Substitute is passed. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized for a motion to defer. Your bill is substituted.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to defer the bill as substituted to the second meeting in June.
Okay. All right, so there's a deferral motion to the second meeting in June. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Deferral motion is passed 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the motion. All right, so we're now on BL 2020-194 by Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Roberts, do you plan to have a public hearing on this matter?
I do. It's been properly vetted, and I don't anticipate any problems. So, yes, I'd like to have a public hearing tonight, please.
All right, we're on BL 2020-194. If you're interested in that matter, please go ahead and call in. BL 2020-194. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by amending the 49th and Tennessee specific plan for property located at 1200 49th Avenue North, approximately 130 feet south of Centennial Boulevard. It's 4.33 acres to add 6 multifamily residential units for a total of 61 multifamily residential units. Again, this is BL 2020-194. If you're interested in talking about this, please call. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by amending the 49th and Tennessee specific plan for property located at 1200 49th Avenue North, approximately 130 feet south of Centennial Boulevard, 4.33 acres to add 6 multifamily residential units for a total of 61 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts is asked to open the public hearing and declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the gallery wish to speak? Okay, do we have anybody on the call, either for or against?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers on the line.
Okay, first caller, if you would, please speak. I need name, address, and whether you're for or against the measure, then you'll have 2 minutes. Go ahead. So do we have anybody on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, please hold.
Okay.
You have your caller on the line.
Okay. Name, address, and you got 2 minutes.
We lost the caller, Vice Mayor.
Okay, anybody else? Any other callers?
There are no more callers on the line.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized on 2020-194.
So I know this is a little bit unorthodox, but if the caller had any concerns, I'm happy to defer this. I didn't think there were any concerns. We'd had a
plethora of meetings, so I would be shocked, but are we able to screen the caller to see if there were issues either way, or are they just calling in? There's nobody speaking with them.
So we obviously don't know. There's nothing on the record. Mr. Cooper?
Councilmember Roberts, what you can do is, I've just received a note from Danielle, who's in the other room, that said that the caller wanted to say he was in favor, but did not want to speak. So that was the only call, and it was someone speaking in favor.
Okay. Oh, that makes me feel much better. Then I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval on 2020-194, properly seconded. Any discussion? And this is on second reading, on public hearing. I'm checking the queue. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As before, even though there's been no opposition tonight, I just feel that we should be taking votes, considering everything going on with public hearing bills. So I'm going to, as before, want to go on record as a no vote.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Anybody else wish to speak? Councilmember Roberts, you've got your hand up. Do you want me to come back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So if it helps Councilmember Bradford at all, I have vetted this for 6 months. This isn't a new topic or anything that has been just brought up since this started. I mean, we've been through countless meetings talking about this. So if it helps alleviate any of his concerns, this is not anything new. This is actually something that has been fully supported by the community.
All right. Councilmember Roberts, apparently the caller is back on the line. He got back on, so I can reopen the public hearing. Caller, are you on the phone?
Yes, my apologies. My cell phone cut out.
All right. So if you'll give me your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yeah, and my apologies again for my cell phone cutting out. Name, Michael Lamping, address 118 16th Avenue South. Calling in favor of the bill. Apologies again for dropping off. I have nothing else to say except I'm in favor of the bill.
Any other comments?
No, sir, that's it.
All right. All right. Thank you. Ms. Godin, anybody else on the calls?
There are no more callers on the line.
Okay. I redeclare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're back on your measure. I believe that you. I believe you wanted to approve on second reading.
Yes, please.
Okay, and it was again properly seconded. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39. Oh, that's right. Okay, so it's 38 for, 1 against, no abstentions. 38 to 1 to 0. Any corrections to that? All right.
Mayor, this is Councilman Bradford.
Councilmember.
I wanted to abstain instead of a no vote.
Okay. So the vote is 38 for, 0 against, and 1 abstention. Okay? Motion passes. All right, we're on BL 2020-195 by Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember Sepulveda, are you going to have a public hearing tonight on this measure?
No, I would like to defer to the second meeting in June.
Okay. So it's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from R6 to SP zoning on property located at 4306 Goins Road, northwest corner of Goins Road and Taylor Road. Councilmember Sepulveda is not going to have a public hearing tonight. You're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to defer to the second meeting in June.
Okay, you've heard the motion. It's to defer to the second meeting in June. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer? Seeing nobody in the queue. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, motion to defer to the second meeting in June is passed 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Substitute Bill 2020-197 by Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher, are you on the line? Councilmember Vercher. So there's no one else a sponsor on this bill, so it's deferred second meeting in June. So it's deferred to the second meeting in June. We have no sponsor on the measure who is here. Okay. All right. BL 2020-209 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, we're on BL 2020-209. Do you wish to have a public hearing on this measure?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right. So let me read the caption. It's BL 2020-209. If you're interested in this measure, please call the phone number so you can get in the queue. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CL and OR 20 to MUGA zoning. Properties located at 321, 325, 329 West Trinity Lane, and a portion of West Trinity Lane unnumbered at the northeast corner of Monticello Drive and West Trinity Lane. Again, it's BL 2020-209 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CL and OR 20 to MUGA zoning for properties located at 321, 325, 329 West Trinity Lane, and a portion of West Trinity Lane unnumbered at the northeast corner of Monticello Drive and West Trinity Lane. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the gallery wish to speak? Okay, is there any calls on this matter? Ms. Godin? We are waiting.
You have no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
No callers in the queue. Nobody here to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval with a brief comment.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on public hearing on BL 2020-209, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
I just wanted to know that there was a community meeting for this particular project on February 3rd, and I record all my meetings, so a recording of the meeting is posted on my Facebook page. So this has been vetted by the community, and there was strong community support for it. So again, I'd ask for my colleagues to approve it.
All right, so you've heard the motion to approve on public hearing on second reading. Councilmember Toombs has moved that. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the measure? Seeing none, we're voting on it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Councilmember Bradford abstains.
Okay, so the vote is 38-4, 0 against, 1 abstention. Is that correct? Okay, that's the vote. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. We're on BL 2020-210 as amended by Councilmember Taylor and Roberts. Councilmember Taylor, do you wish to have a public hearing on this measure?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No, I do not. Mr. President, no, I do not.
Okay, so there will be no public hearing on this measure tonight. Let me read the caption. BL 2020-210 as amended, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RM40IR and R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 2518, 2500 to 2404 West Hyman Street and Hyman Street unnumbered, located along the north side of Grace Street. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer this indefinitely.
Okay, so the motion is to defer indefinitely BL 2020-210 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer indefinitely? Okay, that's the motion. Seeing nobody in the queue, we're voting on the motion to defer indefinitely. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions on the motion to defer indefinitely. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. BL 2020-211 by Councilmember Welsh. Do you plan to have a public hearing on this measure tonight?
No, Vice Mayor, I plan to defer it until the first meeting in July.
Okay, so let me read the caption. This is by Councilmember Welsh, BL 2020-211. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to OG zoning for properties located at 324 Plus Park Boulevard, approximately 490 feet west of Pavilion Boulevard. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized for a motion.
I'd like to move to defer this bill until the first meeting in July.
Okay, motion is to defer to the first meeting in July. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39 for the motion, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion passes. BL 2020-212 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, do you wish to have a public hearing on this matter tonight? Councilmember Toombs?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor, I do not.
Okay, so no public hearing on BL 2020-212. This is by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5, RS 20, and MUNA to SP for properties located at 869 West Trinity Lane, 2608 Old Buena Vista Road, Walker Lane unnumbered, Day Street unnumbered, Overall Street unnumbered, and West Trinity Lane unnumbered. It's approximately 370 feet east of Old Buena Vista Road. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to defer to the second meeting in June.
Okay, so it's to the second meeting in June. That's the motion, properly seconded. It's a deferral motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're voting on a motion to defer to the second meeting in June. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any changes? That's the motion. BL 2020-213 by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, do you wish to have a public hearing on this?
No, sir.
Okay, so it is BL 2020-213, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a commercial plan unit development overlay district for property located at 1610 16th Avenue South, approximately 560 feet north of Wedgewood Avenue, zone OR20. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Motion to defer to the second meeting in June, please.
All right, so this is being moved to the second meeting in June. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion to defer to the second meeting in June is passed 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion passes. BL 2020-214 by Councilmember Roberts. Do you plan to have a public hearing on this particular matter?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yes, I'd like to have one, please.
All right, so there is a public hearing on this, BL 2020-214. If you want to be heard on this, either for or against, please call the number on the screen. It's BL 2020-214 by Councilmember Roberts. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R40 to R6 zoning for property located at 1201 Watts Terrace at the southeast corner of Watts Terrace and Watts Lane. Again, 2020-214 by Councilmember Roberts. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R40 to R6 zoning for property located at 1201 Watts Terrace, southeast corner of Watts Terrace and Watts Lane. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized for a motion, or to open the public hearing. Excuse me.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Is there anybody in that gallery who wishes to speak on this particular matter? Okay, seeing no one there, do we have anybody in the queue? We do have a caller in the queue.
Mayor, we don't have calls anymore, but the connection was lost. You might need to give it about 30 more seconds or so.
All right, so we're just going to hold tight for 30 seconds.
Sorry about that. If they have any opposition, I'm happy to defer. I'd be shocked if there was opposition, but I'm happy to defer.
Okay, we're just going to give it, Councilmember Roberts, we're going to give it just about 30 seconds to see if anybody calls.
Mr. President, can we use this opportunity to wish Councilmember Young a happy birthday?
You can do that, Councilmember O'Connell, if you would like.
Vice Mayor, we have a caller on the line.
All right, so while we're wishing Councilmember Young a happy birthday, we do have a caller on the phone. Sir, if you would, or Madam, if you would indicate your name, address, and for or against, and you got 2 minutes.
You have your caller on the line, Vice Mayor.
Okay, proceed ahead.
Yes, this is Roy Dale. I was just with Dale and Associates, 16 Heather Place. I was just calling in support of this bill with Councilmember Roberts.
Okay. Mr. Dale, I think I need your address. Did you give it to me?
Yes, but I'll give it to you again. 516 Heather Place,
Okay.
Nashville.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Any other comments?
No, you're doing a great job, I guess, is the only comment I have. You know, this is very important to the city that the council, you know, maintains their business, and I think that there are actually more people. I know we've had power outages and all that, but allowing people to call in the phone, I think is actually very good, and I think it maintains all the
But it is.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dale. Anybody else in the queue?
Nobody. No more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Nobody else in the queue. I declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Roberts.
Shada McAllen? Shada McAllen?
Hey, Brandon, you're not.
All right, so people's mics are open, so you may want to close them. Back to you, Councilmember Roberts.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Anybody in the queue wish to be heard? So motion to approve. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we're voting on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Councilmember Bradford.
Okay, so the vote is 38 for, 0 against, and 1 abstention on Councilmember Roberts' bill. It passes. All right, so we're now on BL 2020-215, and Councilmember Toombs, if you're okay, you're also got 218. I don't think they're related, but are you going to take a public hearing on either of these two measures?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I'm going to take them together since you're deferring both. 2020-215 and 2020-218, both by Councilmember Toombs. No public hearing on those matters. The first one is 2020-215, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R8 to RM20 zoning for a portion of property located at West Trinity Lane unnumbered, northwest of the terminus of Alice Street. And 2020-218, also by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 701 Enlow Street and Enlow Street unnumbered at the northeastern corner of Enlow Street and Free Silver Road. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized for a motion on both those bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to defer to the second meeting in June.
Okay, so that's the motion for both. This is 2020-215 and 218. The motion is to defer to the second meeting in June. Properly seconded. Any discussion on those two bills? Seeing none, we're voting on the two measures to defer to the second meeting in June. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Motion to defer to the second meeting in June is passed 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay, that's the motion for those two bills. We're on BL 2020-217 by Council Members Lee and Mendez. An ordinance to amend Title 17. Councilmember Lee, let me go to you first. Are you going to have a public hearing on this measure tonight?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So if you're interested in this measure, please call in. BL 2020-217 by Council Members Lee and Mendez. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to RM6 zoning for an unnumbered property located at Hobson Pike, approximately 729 feet south of Hamilton Church Road, 5.66 acres. Again, Councilmember Lee, Mendez, it's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to RM6 zoning for an unnumbered property located on Hobson Pike, approximately 729 feet south of Hamilton Church Road, 5.66 acres. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
So I'd like to open the public hearing, sir.
All right, so I declare the public hearing open. Anybody, there is nobody left in the gallery. There's nobody left in the public gallery. Anybody on the phone wish to be heard?
You have no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
No callers in the queue. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I would like to move for approval.
Okay, so motion is to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're voting on the motion to approve. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions?
Councilman Bradford.
Okay, so the vote is 38-4, 0 against, 1 abstention. Any corrections to the vote? Motion passes. All right, we're now.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lee. We're now on BL 2020-219 by Councilmember Gamble. Councilmember Gamble, do you wish to have a public hearing on this matter tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. No, I do not.
You do not. Okay, so this is going to be deferred. No public hearing tonight. 2020-219 by Councilmember Gamble. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan on properties located at 4105, 4125, 4225, 4241, and 4301 Whites Creek Pike, southeast corner of Knight Drive and Whites Creek Pike, Zone SP. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. While this project has had many meetings, many community meetings, and has overwhelming support, I move to defer to a more appropriate public hearing, the second meeting in June.
Okay, so motion is to defer to the second meeting in June, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're voting on the motion to defer to the second meeting in June. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, the vote to the motion to defer to the second meeting in June passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Okay, we're now on BL 2020-233 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, are you going to have a public hearing on this one?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay. So BL 2020-233, no public hearing. Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to MUNA zoning for properties located at Birch Avenue and 103 Fern Avenue at the northeast corner of Birch Avenue and Fern Avenue, 0.57 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move to defer to the second meeting in June.
Okay. Substitute. Okay. So the motion is to defer to the second meeting in June. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion in the queue? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Deferred to the second meeting in June, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? Motion passes. All right, we're now on 2020-253, and I'll take 254 as well. Councilmember Young, are you going to have a public hearing on these bills? Can't do it anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. No, I actually cannot, as notices were not mailed, so I need to move to defer both items to the next public hearing.
Okay, so it would be to the second meeting in June. Let me read the captions real quick. 2020-253, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from OR 20 to OR 40 zoning at 87 Shepherd's Hill Drive, which is 340 feet southeast of Gallatin Pike. And 2020-254, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of Plan Unit Development Overlay District for property located at 87 Shepherd's Hill Drive, which is 340 feet southeast of Gallatin Pike. Councilmember Young, you're recognized for a motion, which I assume is a motion to defer to the second meeting in June. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. Both items, please.
Okay, both items properly seconded. Any discussion? Checking the queue. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the motion, this is on 2020-253 and 254, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion is approved, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions on both 253, 254, defer to the second meeting in June. BL 2020-255 by Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Stiles, are you going to have a public hearing on this particular matter?
Yes, I am, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so if you're interested in this particular matter, please call in because there is going to be a public hearing. This is BL 2020-255, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan for properties located at 3141 Old Franklin Road, 4001 Cane Ridge Parkway, 4100 William Turner Parkway, and Cane Ridge Road unnumbered, located on the north side of Old Franklin Road between Cane Ridge Road and Interstate 24. Again, this is BL 2020-255 by Councilmember Stiles, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan for properties located at 3141 Old Franklin Road, 4001 Cane Ridge Parkway, 4100 William Turner Parkway, and Cane Ridge Road unnumbered, located on the north side of Old Franklin Road between Cane Ridge Road and Interstate 24, zoned AR2A and SBE. It's 332.24 acres. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you. If I would like to open the public meeting, please.
Okay, to clear the public hearing open, is anybody on the call? We have any callers on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right, ready to take the first caller?
Your first caller's on the line.
All right, first caller is recognized. Name, address, and you got 2 minutes. For or against?
I am for. This is Alma Sanford.
Ms. Sanford, can you give me your address?
317 Paddington Way, Eddie.
Okay, and Ms. Sanford, you're for the measure?
Yes.
Okay, any other comments?
Yes.
Okay, proceed ahead.
I object with the Century Farm. We have had dozens of issues in our community. Most of us are citizens. There's 300 acres there that's being our community, and we're so happy to have it after losing it. Most everyone out here that I've talked to are very. There have been meeting after meeting where we were allowed input. The original plan was passed with open arms in this community. The latest 3 acres will be developed along the same lines. I attended a meeting about 6 weeks ago. And to move where the mall is going to be. I-21 is something our community needs. And
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Everyone to vote for this very small requested by Old Lake Technology. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sanford. We appreciate you calling. I think we're ready for the next call. Next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
Okay, ready for the next caller. I need your name, address, for or against, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amy Martinez. I live at 727 Bell Road, and I am for this for the simple fact of it will bring many jobs to the area. A lot of people that live in the area I live in do not have transportation, so they have to rely on public transportation to try to get to work. So it would be great to have an area where they can get to that's closer to their home. It's an area to, again, create more jobs, to be able to promote Antioch as a great place to live as well. So please for this development coming and bringing new opportunities to where we live.
Okay, thank you. Next caller.
Perfect.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
Next caller. Name, address, for or against. You got 2 minutes.
This is Andy Bokta. Address is 201 Crossings Place, Antioch, Tennessee. I am for this bill. I'm a local business owner in the Antioch area, and I'm supportive of the Century Farms project. This project will bring a lot of economic vitality to the area, which is much needed, and I'm in support of this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bodka. Next caller.
Okay. You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
Yep. Next caller. Name, address, for or against, and you got 2 minutes.
All right. Hi, this is Catherine Withers. My address is 615 3rd Avenue South, Suite 700. I'm for it. I'm with Barge Design Solutions, and we're representing Century Farms, LLC, in this application for you today. It amounts to a housekeeping amendment to add a 2.92-acre parcel that's surrounded on 3 sides by Century Farms into the SP, and then amending the SP to accommodate a long-awaited retailer, as was mentioned by a previous caller. So no additional density beyond the previous approval has been requested. The boundaries of different sub-districts have been balanced so that no additional density is derived from these changes. The basic premise of development is the same, and the infrastructure plans are still the same. So the Century Farms development team has attended over 30 community meetings in the last 5 years and has been an active member in the community. We participated in 2 community meetings on this change and attended CNAP meetings during this time, and we've been working closely with Councilmember Stiles in the process. The Century Farms development is a positive for the community and has already brought 2,000 jobs to the area with the first tenant, Community Health Systems. Under construction right now is a freestanding emergency room, and in the review process of the medical office building. On the drawing board are restaurants, shops, grocery phases that residents will be able to work and play within the community.
Caller, you have 30 seconds remaining.
And residents will not have to drive long distances to these entities that are currently missing in the community. So we respectfully ask for your support.
All right, thank you, Ms. Withers. Next caller.
Thank you.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
Next caller, name, address, for or against, in 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is David Young. I'm at 3841 Green Hills Village Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. I'm in favor of this bill. I am the project manager for Century Farms. We're adding a 2.92 acre parcel to the 300+ acre Century Farms. Back in 2015, when we assembled this land, this particular homeowner did not wish to be included. They have recently decided to sell their property and move to another location. Century Farms purchased the parcel and now wishes it to be included within Century Farms. Century is not requesting any additional entitlements or density in conjunction with this additional land. So again, I appreciate your support and hope you can support this bill tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right. Name, address, for or against, in 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Vice Mayor. I am Carol Jocelyn, 812 Beezer Lane in Antioch. I am for the bill. I'd like to say that Oledger has met with our community several times. Davidson is great. He has come to so many of our meetings. And I am also Vice President of Cross National. That's a group here in Antioch. We meet once. David comes to every meeting that he possibly can. We are very excited having this new business and retail and parks in our area. It will be great for people to be able to work here, to live here, have their jobs here. We're so thankful for this.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jocelyn. I think we may have one more caller in the queue. 2 more.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Godin. Next caller, name, address, for or against, 2 minutes.
John Stern, 1437 Winding Creek Drive. I'm extremely distraught at seeing this item on the agenda. I did note it before. The Councilwoman Stiles, who knows there's considerable opposition on this side of the interstate in Cane Ridge, has failed to notify us, even though she has been doing Facebooks every single day, 2 or 3 times a day. This has never been identified that it would be on public hearing. This is, I am beyond distressed with her actions. She's obviously coordinated a positive campaign by the business owners. David Young is an equity owner probably in this venture. There's many issues. This is a $1 billion project in the pre-COVID world with retail and office and things that are based upon the way life used to be. The roadway system that is in place isn't going to be built. The traffic that they are expecting, it can't be handled. They claim that the roads haven't changed, but they have. Metro is not going to be building major roadway systems, but this thing relies upon it.
Caller, you have 30 seconds remaining.
We have already spent $100 million on this project as taxpayers. We want to see sidewalks, roadways, landscaping. We want to ensure that traffic does not go into the Cane Ridge community and it goes outside of it. We want to ensure that what little natural environment is out there is maintained or improved. But this is a Member Stiles, and I've dealt with this out in that area before, and it doesn't end nicely. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Stern. I think we have one more caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Godin. Last caller, name, address, for or against, in 2 minutes.
Carol Mays, 1632 Bridgecrest Drive, and I am for this bill. And I just want to say that it's unfortunate that the previous caller says that there have not been a lot of meetings. We have had extensive meetings in this area for the last 18 months. As I understand it, this bill is an amendment to the original SP. It is not approving the entire project all over again, which has been done. Again, there have been extensive community meetings. The majority of the community in this area are excited about this project. We are ready to move forward with it. And we understand in the recent meeting earlier this year, we understand that this is one additional piece of the property that was not originally included in the bill. So I will again echo my support for this bill, support for this project, and I thank you for pushing it forward.
All right, thank you. Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue?
You have no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval with a brief comment, if I may.
All right, so there's a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Back to you for comment.
Thank you. To my peers, I would appreciate if you would support this bill. As it has been stated several times, there have been multiple community meetings, over 30 for this project. There are already plans for roadways and landscaping moving forward. All of the work has been done. The Planning Commission has listened to the community. You've heard from some of the community members as well as the business community. This is a wonderful project for this, not only our district, but this area in the Southeast. So I would appreciate your support.
All right, thank you,
and thank you to everyone that called in this evening.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to express some concern about the process that we're undertaking tonight, in particular as it relates to this project. This project is not in District 31, but it significantly impacts the district. And I've had some folks that have reached out to me with some concerns related to the project. And I know that there's some, you know, it's already a done deal in terms of the project, and I think overall it is positive. But I think that with the situation as it is, with a significant amount of District 31 currently without power, I think there's a likelihood, a strong likelihood, that there's people that are unable to participate in this process tonight. So I'm concerned about it from that standpoint, and if we're going to move forward with it, I have to be recorded as a no vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Stiles, I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Rutherford, for your comment. I would like to move forward for the ball.
All right, I've got other people in the queue. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to speak in support. The community has been very vocal about this project, and I know that there was a lot of due diligence, a lot of meetings. As the previous callers have stated, there have been meetings for more than 12 months about this particular project. And while I understand that tonight's circumstances are not ideal, there has been significant community engagement and community involvement for this project. So I would just ask that the council members support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As your planning chair that sits on the commission, I feel like when cases like this come up where there's some question about community input and presentation and things like that, I need to relay to the council what said happened at the planning commission. Now, granted, I mean, keeping track of every case is not easy. But what I was impressed about this case was there was very little opposition at the Planning Commission, originally I was surprised because I was like, this is like a big project and undertaking, especially for a council member who just came into office. But when they, but really when you look at it, it is a very small parcel being added to the overall SP, and to have as many meetings about this overall area, it was really, it was impressive to me to hear what staff has reported, and that Council Lady Stiles has handled it very well. Again, numerous meetings have been reported in this one, and then additionally, I believe you heard tonight from, I believe it was Council Lady Stiles campaign opposition. That's not, as we all knew, normal to hear the opposition from in your campaign come and speak in favor that you've done something well this short into your term. We should all be so lucky. But I just wanted to add to the conversation and kind of report to y'all what happened at the Planning Commission was very little opposition to this. The commissioners were impressed that it seemed like things had, if there were loose ends, they seemed to be taken care of. Thought through. There were some comments about what was in an adjoining council district, and that was kind of, again, a loose end that was tied up because it was a request for like sidewalks where sidewalks could not be built for one reason or another. I don't want to get into the weeds there. But again, the majority of loose ends wrapped up, tied up, and not a lot of opposition there. And so with that, I would voice my support to Council Lady Stiles on this one because of what I heard at the Planning Commission.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to chime in as well and express my support for this one. I do understand that the southeast corridor of the city does have a lot of growth and traffic, and a lot of times what we do hear from our colleagues, or at least during the last term, and I think continuing into this one, is concern about how growth can be accommodated in that area. However, I know for several years, council members in that area have also been trying to attract good growth, good opportunities, good transportation opportunities, jobs, retail, all of those kinds of things, trying to bring some good growth that will enhance the quality of life in Southeast. And I'm very impressed by Councilmember Stiles, having worked diligently with our community as a new council member. I am very appreciative of some longtime community members, such as Ms. Mays and Ms. Sanford, who are very involved in their community and in their neighborhood associations and HOAs. I really appreciate that level of support expressed for this project from some folks that we on the council body have known for a long time for being very involved in their community. If they had any concerns at all, they would definitely not feel shy about expressing that. But to hear their outspoken support for this project puts me in the yes column, and I hope that my colleagues will join me in supporting Councilmember Stiles. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, don't see anybody else in the queue. All right, so we're on Councilmember Stiles' motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. We're voting on that. BL 2020-255. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no.
No.
Okay, I've got Councilman Rutherford as a no. Any abstentions?
Councilman Bradford abstains.
Okay, so the vote is 37 for, 1 against, and 1 abstention. Any corrections to that? Okay, that's the vote. Passes on second reading. BL 2020-256 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, do you plan to have a public hearing on 256?
I do not. I'd like to move this to the second meeting in June, please.
All right. So it's BL 2020-256, ordinance to amend Title 17 by making applicable the provisions of a historic preservation overlay district to various properties located along Clinton Street from 16th Avenue North to 12th Avenue North. Again, Councilmember O'Connell, BL 2020-256. You recognize for a motion on the bill.
Move to defer the public hearing to the second meeting in June with a brief comment, please.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in June, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. On even some of the routine zoning bills this evening, I think in light of not just our first virtual public hearing, but I think also in light of the widespread power outages that I know have kept some people online more disconnected than they would otherwise be, I think it's generally preferable to move things along to a time when people are better able to participate despite some of the other struggles. So just wanted to be mindful of that as we move a couple of these things out to June.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. The motion is to defer to the second meeting in June. Again, it was properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
Aye.
Opposed, no? Any abstentions? Bill is deferred 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill is deferred to the second meeting in June. BL 2020-257 by Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Hall, are you going to have a public hearing on this particular matter? Councilmember Hall. We're on BL 2020-257.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm going to defer to the second meeting in June, please.
Okay.
Sir.
So it's BL 2020-257, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS40 to SP zoning for properties located at 7330, 7340, 7350, 7360, and 7368 Whites Creek Pike. It's approximately 1,860 feet northeast of Eaton's Creek Road, 8.82 acres. Councilmember Hall is deferring the public hearing. And Councilmember Hall, your motion is to defer to the second meeting in June?
Yes, sir.
Okay, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The motion is defer is passed 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion's approved. BL 2020-258 by Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Van Rees, are you going to open a public hearing on this one? Councilmember Van Rees?
I'm sorry, you came out on that, and I didn't hear you, but yes, I do intend the public hearing on this.
Okay. So we're on BL 2020-258. If you're interested in that one, please call in. Councilmember Van Rees, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 218 Maplewood Trace, approximately 450 feet east of Hillside Road, is 3.54 acres. Again, Councilmember Van Rees, BL 2020-258, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 218 Maplewood Trace. It's approximately 450 feet east of Hillside Road, 3.54 acres to permit 48 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I move to open the public hearing, please.
All right, so Councilmember Van Rees has moved to open the public hearing, declare the public hearing open. Do we have anybody on the call? There is nobody in the gallery. Anybody on the call wishing to speak on BL 2020-258?
No, Vice Mayor, you have no callers in the queue.
All right, thank you, Ms. Godin. I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you. And with that, I have a substitute to attach to this, please.
All right, so there's, you want to move the substitute?
Yes, please.
Motion on the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion of the substitute.
Yes, the substitute primarily does some housekeeping in regard to the prohibition of short-term rental, as well as some site minimum standards and parking that was promised to neighbors. And So that's been taken care of with this substitute, and I move approval as substituted.
Okay, so let's get the substitute on first. There's a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Any other discussion on the substitute? We're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? Substitute is approved, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Substitutes on. Now, Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized on your bill as substituted.
Thank you very much. Move approval as substituted.
All right. So proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve on second reading? Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, no? Any opposition? Any abstentions?
Councilman Bradford abstains.
All right, so the vote to approve on second reading is 38 for, 0 against, and 1 abstention. Motion passes. BL 2020-259 by Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Glover, you're going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, I'd like to open the public hearing. Thank you.
All right. So it's BL 2020-259 by Councilmember Glover. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to MULA zoning for property located at 304 Old Lebanon Dirt Road at the southern terminus of Weber Road, 6.94 acres. Again, BL 2020-259 by Councilmember Glover. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to MULA zoning for property located at 304 Old Lebanon Dirt Road, southern terminus of Weber Road at 6.94 acres. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the queue who wishes to speak on this particular matter?
We have no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
No callers in the queue. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think everybody in the area over here will be glad to see what many have considered being an eyesore, but it's been a part of our history in the Hermitage area for a long time. So with that, I ask for approval on this in second reading. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion?
Vice Mayor,
Councilmember Hager?
I will have to abstain on this vote. Thank you.
Okay. So Councilmember Hager is going to abstain. There's nobody else in the queue. The motion is to approve. Everybody in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Besides Councilmember Hager, any abstentions?
Councilmember Bradford abstain.
Okay. Vote is 37 for, 0 against, 2 abstentions, Hager and Bradford. Any corrections to that? Motion passes. BL 2020-260 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, I believe there's no notices on this one, so you're going to have to defer. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
All right, so it's 2020-260.
Second meeting in June.
Okay, ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 1600 10th Avenue North, northeast corner of Garfield Street and 10th Avenue North. Councilmember O'Connell has moved to defer to the second meeting in June. Properly seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion is passed, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. BL 2020-261 by Councilmember Roden. Councilmember Roden, you're going to have a public hearing on this?
Vice Mayor, I'm going to move to defer this to the earliest meeting where we can have another public hearing.
Okay, that'd be the second meeting in June. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 15 to SP zoning for property located at 3783 Hoggett Ford Road, approximately 400 feet east of Hermitage Point Drive. Councilmember Roten has moved to defer this to the second meeting in June. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue. All those. Councilmember Hager, your hand is up. Councilmember Hager? Councilmember Hager, do you wish to speak on this particular matter? Don't think so. Okay. So the motion is to defer to the second meeting in June, properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Okay. All right.
Aye.
All right. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? The motion to defer to the second meeting in June is passed 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay. Motion passes. BL 2020-262 by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, you're going to have a public hearing on this one?
No, sir.
All right. So no public hearing on 262. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to SP zoning for properties located at 2132 and 2134 Canada Avenue, approximately 340 feet south of Napoleon Avenue. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Motion to defer to the second meeting in June.
Okay. Motion is to defer the second meeting in June. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill is deferred to the second meeting in June. Councilmember O'Connell, 2020-263. You're going to have a public hearing on this one? Councilmember O'Connell.
Did you hear me? No, sir. No public hearing.
No public hearing on 2020-263. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IG to SP zoning for property located at 1420 Adams Street, approximately 400 feet north of Taylor Street. Councilmember O'Connell, I'm recognizing you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to defer to the June, please.
Second, is it the second meeting in June?
Yes, it is.
Okay, there you go. Councilmember O'Connell moves to defer to the second meeting in June, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39-4, 0 against, 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. The motion to defer to the second meeting in June passes. BL 2020-264, Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Swope, you're going to have a public hearing on this one?
Not tonight.
Not tonight. BL 2020-264, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 5978 and 5984 Edmondson Pike, approximately 320 feet north of Mount Pisgah Road. Councilmember Swope, recognizing you for a motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to defer this to the second meeting in June.
Second meeting in June. It's properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion is approved 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion is approved. BL 2020-265 by Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Welsh, are you going to have a public hearing on this one?
No, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the public hearing to the first meeting in July.
First meeting in July, okay. Let me read the caption, 2020-265, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning. Property located at 463 Radnor Street, 270 feet west of Nolensville Pike. Councilmember Welsh has moved to defer this to the first meeting in July, properly seconded. Any discussion from anyone? Seeing nobody in the queue. All those in favor of the motion to defer say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions to defer to the first meeting in July. BL 2020-266 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one?
I do not. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, 2020-266, ordinance to amend Title 16, changing from IR to SP zoning for properties located at 800 14th Avenue North, 801 12th Avenue North, 150 feet south of Herman Street. Councilmember O'Connell, recognize you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer to the 2nd June, please.
Second meeting in June, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Motion is approved to defer to the second meeting in June, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Councilmember Van Rees, 2020-267. Are you going to have a public meeting, a public hearing on this one?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay. Councilmember Van Rees, if you're interested on this one, BL 2020-267, go ahead and call. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS20 to RM2 zoning for property located at 1101 Chadwell Drive and Chadwell Drive unnumbered, approximately 520 feet west of South Graycroft Avenue. Again, it's BL 2020-267 by Councilmember Van Rees. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS20 to RM2 zoning for property located at 1101 Chadwell Drive and Chadwell Drive unnumbered. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Having conducted several meetings on this and gathering support of 2 neighborhood associations and Good Pastures School in the area, it was passed on consent at public at the Planning Commission. So I'd like to proceed with the public hearing. Please open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue? That sounded like a dog.
You have no callers on the line currently, but we might need to give it a minute.
Okay, we will hold for just a minute.
You have no calls on the line, Vice Mayor.
All right, we didn't hold for a minute, though, Ms. Godin. I was timing it. Okay. All right, I'm going to stop. Go back to where I was. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized. Councilmember Van Rees?
Move for approval, please.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions?
Councilman Bradford abstains.
All right, 38 for, 0 against, 1 abstention. Any corrections to that? Motion is approved on second reading. BL 2020-268 by Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker, are you going to have a public hearing on this one?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No, we will not have a public hearing on that tonight.
All right, so this is going to be deferred. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to RM20A zoning for properties located at 139C and 139D Elmhurst Avenue. Councilmember Parker, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to defer to the second meeting in June.
Okay. Okay, got a motion to defer to the second meeting in June, properly seconded. Any discussion? Somebody's having a lot of fun. All right, nobody is in the queue. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion to defer to the second meeting in June passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion is approved. Next one is Councilmember Taylor, BL 2020-269. Councilmember Taylor, you going to have a public hearing on this?
No public hearing.
All right, 2020-269, no public hearing tonight. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1820 Scoville Street, approximately 185 feet east of 21st Avenue North. Councilmember Taylor, recognizing you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for deferral to the second meeting in June.
Okay. So the deferral is to the second meeting in June, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer to the second meeting in June, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion to defer to the second meeting in June is passed 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay, motion passes. BL 2020-270 by Councilmember Van Rees. Are you going to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes, sir.
All right, Councilmember Van Rees, 2020-270, ordinance to amend Title 17, changing from OG and RS20 to RM9 zoning for a portion of property located at 1022 South Graycroft Avenue. If you're interested in talking about this one, please call in right now. Again, Councilmember Van Rees, BL 2020-270, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from OG and RS20 to RM9 zoning for a portion of property located at 1022 South Graycroft Avenue, approximately 460 feet west of South Graycroft Avenue at 7.70 acres. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This is a companion project next door to the one that we just discussed. Having conducted several meetings on this and getting the support of 2 neighborhood associations and the Good Pasture School, which is directly across the street from the property. This, for council members, is behind the Memorial Hospital. And having it passed on consent at the Planning Commission, I would like to please open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Do we have any callers in the queue on this one? It's BL 2020-270.
We currently have no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor, but we can leave it open if you'd like.
We will leave it open for another 25 seconds. All right, Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would move approval, please.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Anybody in the queue, any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions?
Councilman Bradford.
Okay, 38-4, 0 against, 1 abstention. Motion passes. Any corrections to that? Motion passes. BL 2020-271 by Councilmember Parker. You're going to have a public hearing on this one?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No, we will not have a public hearing on that one tonight.
All right, and then you've got one right very close behind it. This is 274. You're going to have a public hearing on that one?
No, Vice Mayor, we will not have a public hearing on 274.
So I'm going to, they're not related, but I'll take them at the same time if there's no objection. BL 2020-271, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to MULA zoning for properties located 102 Duke Street, 2301, 2309 Dickerson Pike at the southeast corner of Duke Street and Dickerson Pike. And then BL 2020-274, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located 217 East Moreland Street, 250 feet west of Meridian Street. Councilmember Parker, you recognize for motions on the both of them.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to defer both items to the second meeting in June.
Okay. Okay, I got a motion to defer to the second meeting in June on both 271 and 274. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue. We're voting on a motion to defer to the second meeting in June on 271 and 274. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition say no. Any abstentions? 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? 271, 274 deferred to the second meeting in June. BL 2020-273 by Councilmember Hager. I don't think notices were out on this one. Yeah, I think you'll need to defer. Councilmember Hager?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'd like to defer it. I believe the next public hearing is June the 9th. Is that correct?
The second meeting in June means June the 9th. That's correct. Is that what you want to move it to?
I move to June the 9th, please.
June the 9th. Okay, it's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from MUL to MULA zoning for properties located at 2208, 2210, 2212 Elliott Drive, the western corner of 24th Street and Elliott Drive. Councilmember Hager is moving to the second meeting in June. Again, for everybody still listening, that's June the 9th, because the first meeting in June is June the 7th. June the 2nd, excuse me, June the 2nd. That's when we're having the public hearing on the budget. So the motion is to defer to the second meeting in June on 2020-273. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion? Seeing none, no. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to know, can I make a motion to miss the meeting on June the 9th?
Can you make a motion to do what? To miss the meeting on June the 9th.
It seems like we're going to have a sleeping bags or something.
Well, Councilmember Hurt, we may still all be staying in place. You can sleep at home, but we're going to be here for a long time on the second meeting in June, which is June the 9th. All right, so just be prepared. All right. So Councilmember Hager has moved this bill to the second meeting in June. It's been properly seconded. All those in favor of the motion to defer indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion passes. And the last bill on this agenda for public hearing, we've still got a whole nother calendar to go. BL 2020-275 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, I think there were no notices on this one, so I believe this one has to be deferred.
Correct.
2020-275, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6 zoning for property located at 1208 Katy Street, approximately 220 feet north of Fern Avenue, 0.17 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to defer to the second meeting in June.
The second meeting in June, the favorite time of Councilmember Sharon Hurt. Motion to defer, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer say aye.
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 Any opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion deferred to the second meeting in June passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion is approved. We are now on the consent agenda. I'm going to turn it over to the Pro Tem, Councilmember Jeff Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, I will read the resolution numbers that are currently on the consent agenda, and let me know if any of these should come off. They are RS 2020-292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 309, 312, and 314. Are any of those that need to come off the consent agenda?
Mr. President, this is Councilwoman Benedict. Could we please pull 294 off?
We shall pull 294 off. Got it?
Could you please pull 314 off as well, please?
Let's see. That was, we want to take off 314. Very good. I got Councilmember Hurt.
312.
And 312.
Yes, please.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Suara, do you have one that needs to come off? Your hand is raised.
That was 314. Thank you.
Oh, you got it. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much. So we are going to remove 294, 312, and 314 off of the consent agenda. Did I miss anything? Seeing nobody else's hand raised, I shall now start to read the captions of. Oh, who am I? That sounded like Councilmember O'Connor.
It's Rosenberg.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
We also, the Rules Committee had extensions on 310 and 311, along with 313.
God, thank you. Yeah, those are not listed on the consent agenda.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If no one else, Councilmember Porterfield, do you have one that needs to come off the consent agenda?
Thank you. Is 309 on the consent agenda?
It currently is.
Can you pull it off, please?
309 is being taken off of consent. Thank you. I got it.
Thank you.
Any others coming off of the consent agenda? So coming off of the consent agenda from what I just read will be 294, 309, 312, and 314. Okay. Let's begin by reading the ones that are remaining on the consent agenda. They are Resolution RS 2020-292, a resolution calling the Metropolitan Board of Equalization into regular session beginning June 1, 2020, and a special session beginning June 15th, 2020. RS 2020-293, a resolution approving the appointment of hearing officers by the Metropolitan Board of Equalization to conduct preliminary hearings and to make investigations regarding complaints before the board. 295, RS 2020-295, a resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County, acting by and through the Office of Family Safety for the Tennessee Human Trafficking Court Program, Cherished Hearts, which considers the needs of victim defendants and seeks to address those needs. 296, resolution approving Amendment 13 to a grant from the State of Tennessee, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Department of Finance to provide public assistance pursuant to Presidential Disaster Declaration number FEMA-1909-DR-TN to complete repairs and replacement to facilities damaged during April and May 2010. On to RS 2020-297. A resolution approving amendments 1 and 2 to a grant from the National Endowment for the Arts to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Arts Commission to fund a series of temporary public art interventions, artist-led community planning workshops focused on affordable housing and production spaces, and targeted creative economic neighborhood policies within Madison for cultural and economic redevelopment in the city. RS 2020-298. A resolution accepting a grant from the state of Tennessee, Tennessee State Library and Archives to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Nashville Public Library to provide access to and circulation of special materials formatted for individuals who are hearing impaired. RS 2020-299, a resolution approving Amendment 1 to a clinical affiliation agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health and Lipscomb University to provide clinical experience opportunities for its graduate nursing program students. RS 2020-300, a resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and American Heart Association to provide CPR, first aid, and emergency cardiovascular care educational training materials for the Nashville Fire Department. Resolution RS 2020-301, a resolution approving Amendment 1 to a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Image Trend, Inc. to provide EMS and fire department data collection and reporting software. RS 2020-302, a resolution approving an application for a Victims of Crime Act grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration, Office of Criminal Justice Programs to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to fund counselor and victim advocate positions to provide mental health services, support services, and criminal justice advocacy. RS 2020-303, a resolution approving an application for a 2020 coronavirus emergency supplement funding program grant from the Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to support a broad range of activities, including preventing, preparing for, and responding to the coronavirus. RS 2020-304, a resolution accepting a 2020 coronavirus emergency supplement funding program grant from the Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to support a broad range of activities, including preventing, preparing for, and responding to the coronavirus. RS 2020-305, a resolution approving a railroad agreement between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation, the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Department of Public Works and CSX Transportation, Inc. for the resurfacing and safety upgrades of State Route 1, PIN number, state projects, yada, yada. That is RS 2020-305. I don't have to read every single number there on that. Okay, good. RS 2020-306, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of Bell South Telecommunications LLC, DBA AT&T, Tennessee, against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $23,000, with said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. RS 2020-307, a resolution approving the election of certain notaries public for Davidson County. Those are what I have on the consent agenda. Anything that needs to come off? Checking the queue real quick. Do not see anybody. Okay, I will go to the committee chairs next to get committee reports, and first will be Budget and Finance. Councilmember Mendez. I guess, do I have to turn you? Yes. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Wait a second here. No, how about I just do that? There we go.
All right. It's funny to do it the old-fashioned way and just press the screen.
We don't have time for rational solutions.
All right. Thank you. The Budget and Finance Committee Chair. Budget and Finance Committee considered many of the matters on the consent agenda and considered the following ones. Resolution RS 2020-292, 293, 295, 296, 298, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, and 306, and the committee recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against on all of those.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. On to Health, Hospitals, and Social Services. Councilmember Hurt for report on 2020-299.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. The Health, Hospitals, and Social Services Committee voted for RS 2020-299, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. On to Parks, Library, and Arts. Councilmember Hager. 297 and 298.
297, passed 7-4, 0 against. 298, passed 7-4, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Hager. On to Planning, Zoning, and Historical. Councilmember Murphy for report on 305.
Resolution 305, we passed 13 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. On to Public Safety, Beer, and Regulated Beverages. Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Safety, Beer, and Regulated Beverages recommended RS 2020-295 and 300 through 304 for approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Was that 300 through 304? Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Very good. Thank you so much. On to Public Works. Councilmember Henderson for report on 305.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. The Public Works Committee considered 305 and recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. And finally, Councilmember Rosenberg for Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections for Bill 307.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 5 in favor, none against on 307. And if that was the only one in rules on consent, then I move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Rosenberg. That concludes the consent agenda. I want to take a motion to approve. I have it's properly seconded. Any other discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing nobody in the queue, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? Any abstentions? The consent agenda passes. We are back to those that were taken off of the consent agenda. The first one is RS 2020-294, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the Metropolitan Government's contract claim against Youth Opportunity Investments. And 202. Okay, I'm sorry. I started with the ones that were off of consent there. Let us backtrack to the very first one on the resolutions calendar. Okay, so we're on to, let's start over. RS 2020-202, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Public Works for signal maintenance for I-440 traffic operational deployment of Bluetooth Spectra power over Ethernet data collection devices. Let's see. We're going to go to Councilmember Mendez. Yes, and once again, okay, there we go.
Thanks very much. This came before the Budget and Finance Committee and received no recommendation. The vote was 5-5, and I think there is at least one additional committee report.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Yes, Public Works Committee, Councilmember Henderson for a report on 202.
Thank you, Councilman Syracuse. This was before the Public Works Committee yesterday. I believe this is the second or third time it was before committee. We have had extensive discussion about this, a lot of back and forth between staff, Blue Toad, TDOT, numerous letters, a lot of analysis and good discussion. And we recommended approval, 8 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So back to Councilmember Mendez.
I'll move approval with a brief explanation.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. As Councilmember Henderson mentioned, this has been before a bunch of committees a lot of times, and I think we've talked it nearly to death from different perspectives, privacy of data being retained, whether it's a good deal for Metro, what it does to help traffic, and and clearly it's been approved, I think, by all the committees. It got approved once by Budget and Finance, and then we backtracked, I guess, to having no recommendation. I've largely stayed out of the debate because I've been chairing the Budget and Finance Committee. To me, this really, frankly, seems like a no-brainer and something we should do. I believe all the privacy concerns have been addressed, and I would ask that the body approve this, and then we don't have to talk about it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. I have a couple people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Mr. President, colleagues will probably remember that this conversation actually began last term, and we did not approve the resolution by the end of the term, specifically because we were having difficulty getting validation that privacy concerns were being taken seriously by either Public Works or the vendor. And we have since, I think, made clear that this is not something to be trifled with. We have gotten answers that have satisfied me. Generally, the thing I was trying to avoid is being able to take an entire multi-year database of potentially personally identifiable information and match it up to specific trips taken by people on our roadways. And without specific provisions in there, making that effectively impossible, it's going to be very difficult for me to support this measure. We have since gotten much more information, much more thorough information from the vendor and from the departments, as well as TDOT. I've spoken with a team at Vanderbilt that's working on implementation, talked through some concerns with them, and at this point, my personal concerns about this on behalf of Nashvillians have been alleviated, and I'm prepared to support the measure.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I did look at all the documents, and a lot of it makes a lot of sense, but there's still the part about the subpoena by law enforcement that hasn't happened yet, but that could happen. So for me, as an immigrant, as a member of a community that has been surveilled so many times, and I'll have to be a no on this one.
Thank you, Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I am appreciative of Metro IT and other colleagues who work to get answers to questions and have, I think, dug down into this system. And I think what I would ask colleagues to think about is what is the risk versus the reward of this system. The risk is you are allowing a third party to store data on not only residents of Davidson County, but residents of other counties traveling into and out of Davidson County. You are putting a piece of a puzzle into a third party's hands. And what concerns me, like Councilmember Suarez said, is the answers to questions like, has this data been subpoenaed? Has this data been requested under Open Records Act in states and municipalities? The answer is essentially not yet. So the risk, to me, is that we have created a piece of a puzzle of our constituents and of other jurisdictions' constituents' data. We have placed it out there to say, you might be able to come and get it. And who's going to be motivated to come and get it? The people who can profit off of it. So then you flip to the reward. What's the reward collecting this data? Many of the short-term reward is practically nil. We're not going to get accurate traffic data in the time that we're living in for months, if not more than a year. So why would we move to create a data vacuum in our city that has ostensibly no, at least short-term reward, and And my final point will be, Vanderbilt has mentioned that they are working on this. Why don't we let Vanderbilt pilot it? Why don't we let a private institution that has a private agreement work through this and come back to us and say, here's the lessons that we learned before we put our public entity into a contract with a third party to get the public data over to it. With that, I would move indefinite deferral.
Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Okay, there has been a motion for indefinite deferral. I see that there are other people in the queue. I will come back to you, but since there's been a motion made, is there a second on an indefinite deferral?
Second.
So there is a second. Okay. So we're going to try this by voice vote, but I believe we're going to have to. Yes. Is there a discussion on? I see hands raised. Is there discussion on the indefinite deferral? Councilmember Rosenberg, you were first in the queue after Councilman O'Connell. Is this on the deferral?
Yeah, I guess it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure.
I guess my question is relevant to whether it's an indefinite deferral motion or an approval, and I appreciate the thoughts of the sponsor and whomever else is intimately familiar with the legislation. But is there any way is there any personally identifiable information being saved or anything that identifies the origin of the vehicle or the vehicle itself, or is this completely anonymized data? Thank you.
I will go to the sponsor for a response. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks for that question. This is, and I'm going to ask Mr. Cooper to comment here in a second, but this is one of the topics that at this point, honestly, has been discussed ad nauseum at committee hearings. The answer, which I'm going to ask Mr. Cooper to be more precise about than I'm probably going to be, but the answer is there is not full identifiable information. It's a part of the signal that doesn't identify a vehicle or a person, and it's not kept for very long. Mr. Cooper, is that close to right?
Yes, my understanding from Metro Public Works, Metro ITS, and from the company that provides the system is that it's only the last 6 digits of the MAC address that is captured. And in addition to that, they can do hashing at the site, which further encrypts or makes it impossible to trace back to the particular device.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. And I guess the other thing I would add, just to maybe save some time on the debate here, is the parties the council members who have been objecting make the point that Council Member Sledge made a little while ago, that while it's a portion, and even with the hashing that was just described, that having a portion of the information, the argument goes, could perhaps be pieced together with other parts of data from other sources, and then that would be the magic Rubik's Cube to piece together, being able to track individual people. And what we've heard, at least from all the information that we've got available from ITS and every department we've talked to and the vendor, is that that's not a real concern, yet it definitely persists with council members. And I'm choosing to believe the Metro professionals when I'm voting in favor of this, and that's why I'm against the indefinite deferral.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Nash, your hand was up before the indefinite deferral motion. Is this on the indefinite deferral motion?
Yes, they kind of speak to the same issues. I would speak against the deferral. Truly, anybody that has a cell phone, period, on them has more information out there in between Google and all these other apps that we all carry around with us is far more personal information than this particular application. I think it's a value to our Public Works Department. It's going to be a value to our state traffic analyses. I think we're just kind of going over the edge a little bit on this, and I would speak against deferral.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Henderson, is this on the indefinite deferral motion?
It is, Mr. Pro Tem. I would speak in opposition to the indefinite deferral. I would ask that we just either vote it up or vote it down. As I shared in my committee report, and Councilman O'Connell, a member of our Public Works Committee, spoke to as well, there have been concerns about this very long along the way, and Councilman O'Connell really led the effort in Public Works Committee to drill down, to follow all these questions, to get very detailed technical responses. And we had several rounds of this, and I really feel as a chair of the Public Works Committee, I made the best effort to make sure that we got all the information we needed and that was shared with the larger body for colleagues' reference. And with Councilman O'Connell being the member of my committee with the primary concern, interest, and understanding about this bill and facilitating our discussion often, with the last round of questions being answered and Councilman O'Connell's support, I would ask you all to see that as a strong support for this, and thus I think we should move to vote, but not to indefinitely defer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Gamble on the indefinite deferral motion.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to reiterate that opposition to an indefinite deferral on this motion, on this resolution. I too serve on the Public Works Committee, and I commend our Public Works Chair, Councilwoman Henderson, also Councilman O'Connell, and the Public Works staff for addressing the many questions that we have asked regarding this particular company and the way that they operate and how they gather this information and keep it safe and secure. And I'm satisfied with those the answers and the way that they have addressed all of the questions that the committee has asked. So I just encourage our body to vote on this today.
Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Councilman Glover, is this on the indefinite deferral motion? So the question has been called. Do I have a second on that? Very good. Councilmember Rosenberg and Henderson, are your hands up to? Okay, there you go. Thank you very much. All right. So I see nobody else in the queue. All in favor of the question, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Motion passes. So we are now on the indefinite deferral motion. We're going to try to use the system here because I know we're going to have a mixed bag of votes here. We'll try it first on a voice vote. All in favor of the indefinite deferral, say aye.
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 Against?
No.
Indefinite deferral motion does not pass. We are now on the bill. All right. I know we're going to, again, have a mixed bag here. We're going to try to use the system here. If you are, let's do it this way. Well, let's try a voice vote. All in favor of RS 2020-202, say aye.
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 If you are against, thank you. Yes, sir. Councilman Rosenberg.
Was the question ever called on the bill? on the resolution?
No.
Yeah, the question was just called on the indefinite deferral, which that passed, so we are on the indefinite deferral motion, right? Which did not, right, on the bill, right. So is there any other discussion on the bill itself? Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you calling on me. I had some concerns about this last session. I've continued to have some concerns. I appreciate the hard work that everybody has put forth on this legislation and the information that they've tried to get us. My concern is directly related to identifiable information, and in the email that they sent us, one of the questions that was asked about identifying information, and it says most fines cannot be traced back to a person. So if most of them cannot be traced back to a person, that would allude that some of them could be traced back to a person. So I have opposition to the fact that this information can still be possibly identifiable. So I will be voting no, and I ask that you all vote no as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Bradford on the bill.
Previous question.
Previous question has been called. It has been seconded. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
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 Against the previous question? Motion prevails. We are now back on the bill itself. Any other discussion on the bill? There can't be because we just called the question. Okay. Let's try this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
If you are against, could you say no and also raise your hand so we're going to get the actual numbers here?
No.
The nays that I have are Councilmember Sledge, Porterfield, Hager, Bradford, Sepulveda, Parker, and Suara.
Councilman Syracuse, it's Aaron Evans. I am a no as well. I just couldn't get unmuted fast enough.
I see it. Councilmember Evans is a no. So is Councilmember Welsh.
Correct.
And Councilmember Parker, I believe I already got you. All right. Everyone else is in favor. Madam Clerk, you want to?
No, I abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we have abstains. Councilmember Lee, you're abstaining?
Yes.
Any other abstentions? We're tallying the vote here.
29, 9, and 1.
So RS 2020-202 passes 29 for, 9 against, 1 abstention. Thank you, council members. On to Resolution 2020-255. A resolution requesting various metropolitan government departments and agencies to provide a comprehensive assessment of the capacity to deliver public services to the Antioch area of Davidson County. Councilmember Vercher. I believe she's not present, so it's deferred by rule. All right. On to council members. Some still have their hands up, just to be, if you can put them down just for efficiency, unless you're asking to speak. Thanks so much. All right, on to RS 291, a resolution.
I do have a point of order.
Oh, who is that? A point of order. Councilmember Allen?
Yes, thank you. Just a procedural question. I believe some committees voted to defer the previous bill indefinitely, and does defer by rule override that when the sponsor's not present? That was my question.
Per Mr. Cooper, yes, the defer by rule trumps that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Resolution 2020-291, a resolution appropriating to certain accounts for the benefit of the Metropolitan Nashville Fire Department, State Fair, District Attorney's Office, General Services Department, and a municipal auditorium, $3,941,600, and reducing appropriations for tax increment payments to the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency in the amount of $3,138,800. Councilmember Mendez.
Thank you. This went to one committee, Budget and Finance. Budget and Finance Committee recommended approval of a substitute, 10 in favor, 0 against, and recommended approval of the resolution as substituted, 10 in favor, 0 against. And with that, I'd like to move the substitute with explanation.
Substitute is moved appropriately, seconded. Back to Councilmember Mendez.
All right, so this resolution allocates savings from the TIF refinancing. As originally proposed, it appropriates some money to the district attorney's office. The purpose of the substitute is to make a correction. There's a requirement under law that the public defender's office needs to be appropriated 75% of whatever gets appropriated, at least 75% of whatever gets appropriated to the DA's office. So this substitute adds a $48,500 additional appropriation to the public defender's office to comply with that rule.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Allen, were you wanting to speak on the substitute?
Yes, sir, if I could very briefly.
Please.
Again, just another clerical thing. There was a mistake in the caption and the body that referred to that the numbers were not spelled out correctly, and we spoke about that in the Budget Committee, and I believe Mr. Cooper said they would deal with it administratively, but I didn't know if that needed to be recognized in the council meeting as well. So just to check with Mr. Cooper on that.
Yes, ma'am. We can recognize that there was the error and that it was corrected and the correct page was filed with the clerk's office. So the version that is on file is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your keen eye, Councilmember Allen. All right, so the substitute has been moved and it's been properly seconded. All in favor of the substitute, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Substitute passes. Back to the bill as substituted, the resolution as substituted. Councilmember Mendez.
I'd like to move the resolution as substituted, please.
Proper motion for the resolution as substituted. It is properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Councilmember Hager, were you looking to be recognized?
No, I accidentally hit the hand thing. I'll take it down. Thank you.
That's okay. Thanks so much.
I got it all.
Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. We are now on to RS 2020-294, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the Metropolitan government's contract claim against Youth Opportunity Investments. Councilmember Mendez.
This went to one committee, Budget and Finance, which recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against. With that, I'd like to move approval.
It is so moved. It is properly seconded. Councilmember, any discussion? Councilmember Benedict?
Thank you, Pro Tem. So as many of us know, Youth Opportunity Investments in November of last year allowed the escape of 4 teenagers who remained at large for days. YOI is a for-profit detention center operator with a $22 million contract with the city. This escape and the ensuing errors made by YOI staff were frankly unacceptable. YOI staff alerted the police department of the escape 38 minutes after it occurred, therefore making the search for the kids to be much further geographically spread out, which likely contributed to the long length of time before they were apprehended. Although 4 employees' jobs were terminated, the company is only providing $144,000 in compensation to the city. We pay YOI that much money in just 2.5 days under our contract. Just 60 hours is what it takes for that company, that for-profit prison company, to earn $144,000 from Metro. And that's all that we're receiving for this egregious error. Nashvillians should expect more from us in how we manage our detention centers. Not only better results, but better accountability. That this profiteer is only being penalized for 2.5 days of our contract's value, to me, is jaw-dropping. We must work together to get profiteers out of this business in Nashville. Making money by detaining people is immoral, and this incompetence is yet another example of putting profits ahead of people. I look forward to the day when Nashville no longer lines the pockets of private contractors for incarceration and rehabilitation of our criminals. For-profit prison operators has no place anywhere, let alone here. Yesterday in the Budget and Finance Committee, I did support this, although with hesitation, and I did that because leadership at the Juvenile Justice Center supports Metro Legal's work. However, after much more thought, I find the settlement amount not nearly punitive enough for a company that makes money by incarcerating people. So with that, I cannot support this settlement amount and this resolution, and I will be voting against it. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor of? All in favor?
Aye.
And we know Councilmember Benedict will be recorded as a no. Are there any other? Are there any other no's on this? Councilmember Murphy, you being seeking recognition?
I would like to be recorded as a no.
Councilmember Murphy.
Councilmember Bradford, no. Councilmember Welsh, no.
Oh, hang on.
Councilwoman Porterfield, no.
No.
Oh, hang on.
Suarez, no.
Okay.
Councilman Porter, no.
All right.
Internet, no.
We're gonna.
John Hart, no.
Okay. We're gonna either have to do a roll call vote here. Oh, so, okay, ladies and gentlemen, all right. So here's our first opportunity to use the iLegislate system. I see people's hands up in the queue. If that is in order to vote against this resolution, if you want to put them down, because we're going to have an opportunity to do that using the iLegislate system. So do we need to go for first on using the system?
Yeah, we need to, let's ask the clerk, Elizabeth from home is controlling that system, and so just ask her to
Gotcha.
open the machine.
Madam Clerk from home, would you be so kind as to open up the system for voting for this resolution?
Yes, Mr. President. Councilman Syracuse, I'm sorry. This is Councilor Lady Murphy. I may be out of order, but my point of order is we heard earlier on the call that we're not using iLegislate, so I have put that and shut that down. If we can have a moment or roll this 2 spaces or something to be able to get logged back in.
Why did you do that?
How long would it take you to log in?
Working on it.
Yeah, give that a shot.
I can record a vote in this system for a council member if any council member isn't able to use their iLegislate for any reason.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. All right, so I will assume that nobody else has tech issues, that they are all logged in, everyone's logged in successfully. Madam Clerk, is the machine open?
I can open the machine when you tell me to, Mr. President. Shall I do that now?
Yes, please. And I assume this gives Councilmember Murphy enough time to get logged back in as well. Just let me know when it's ready for voting.
Yes, I see votes coming in, Mr. President.
Okay, so all in favor first. Well, actually, I guess you have both options right there.
Yes, I'll let you know.
Sure. Councilmember
when
Murphy.
I see that all votes have been submitted, or if not, I'll ask each member whether they wish to vote.
Point of order, Chair.
Councilman Glover, point of order.
Okay, I'm not seeing the vote. I'm going to vote in favor of it. I'm just not seeing it on my screen, and I'm in the I legislate, so I must not be doing something correct, but I don't want to hold the whole night up. Thank you.
Okay, I can see that you haven't voted or been able to vote yet, Councilman Glover. I'm going to enter your vote as a yes vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Murphy, were you able to log in, or would you like the clerk just to record you as no?
I think I'm getting close. This the Metro laptop wanted to. Well, I'll discuss that with. I am able to vote now. I believe if the clerk confirms if my vote went through, I think I voted.
Very good. Councilmember, was that O'Connell asking for point of clarification or order?
Yeah, point of information here. I this probably for Mr. Cooper. If this vote fails, does that just mean that the Metro Department of Law does not settle?
Well, we're in the middle of voting.
Yeah, I know.
Procedurally, that's okay. Councilmember Hager, your hand is raised. Do you have any?
I'm not logged in, but I don't like the settlement, but put me down as a yes vote.
All right.
Thank you, Councilman Hager. I have entered you as a yes vote.
Thank you.
Mr. President, may I please call on a few other members who have not had an opportunity to enter a vote at this time?
Please do.
Councilmember Roberts, are you available?
Yes, actually, I'm a yes vote. I'm not sure why it didn't show up, but I'm a yes.
Okay, I have recorded that vote.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Councilmember Porterfield, are you available?
I am. I'm a no vote. I don't know why it's not giving me the option to vote.
Thank you. I recall that. Okay, I'm sorry for whatever that difficulty is. I have recorded your no vote. Councilmember Stiles?
No for me, thank you. Yes, I vote no.
Okay. Entering a no vote for you, Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you.
That is everyone, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Close the machine. Tally the vote.
Votes in favor, 18 against. There are, it appears to be 3 abstentions, I believe, and the vote is recorded as failing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Resolution fails. Okay.
Can I ask a question procedurally for Mr. Cooper at this point?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper, since it is a vote within, well, I suppose that if, I was curious about Councilmember Syracuse having an opportunity to vote. However, if he did vote, and assuming that it was going to make a difference as a yes vote, it would still be 18 and 18. 18 yes, 18 no, in which case this resolution would still fail, correct?
Point of order.
So
I'm asking as a hypothetical to Mr. Cooper because I, from what I can understand, it wouldn't behoove us to give Mr. Syracuse an opportunity to vote because I don't think his vote could possibly change the result. But I wanted Mr. Cooper to confirm that.
Well, the vice mayor is actually in here and was ready to step up into the chair. And so if Councilman Syracuse voted yes, the vice mayor is in here, and then it would go to him to break the tie.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
I believe I will go vote. All right.
Okay.
I can do that from here.
Mr. Syracuse, I can enter your vote from here because those...
Point of order. Point of order.
Okay.
We've already, I'm sorry, was the vote announced?
Councilmember Murphy, you want to clarify your point of order?
My point of order was that I thought the vote was announced, and now we're speculating as to how a council member who did not vote when the machines were open or when roll call, a semi-roll call was being done. And I mean, it's one thing that we
Understood. I'll send it over.
Now to speculate and re-vote, I'm confused what we're doing here.
So under the rules, the pro tem reserves his right to vote on everything. What the clerk was doing was asking the pro tem if he wanted to vote, and he announced that he did want to be recorded as voting. And so depending on what his vote was, that then triggers a tie.
Okay, all that.
Mr. Cooper?
I'm fine with him voting if he chooses to vote before a vote is announced, before machines are closed, and before we start speculating as to what the vote is.
Another parliamentary inquiry, was the pro tem not the presiding officer during that vote, meaning that the vice mayor's not required,
My suggestion at this point is to record the vote as failing, and if the Department of Law would like to refile the resolution for the next meeting and we can go through this again, that would be the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Very good. And we'll move on from there. Resolution fails. All right. On to Resolution RS 2020-308, a resolution requesting credit of all property and business taxes paid in advance of coming due for any period that a business or person requiring such is unable to operate or work in their business due to government shutdowns caused by the COVID-19 outbreak. Councilmember Glover.
Sorry, Chair, I was trying to get the mute button done. I am going to move to defer this one meeting so some questions can be answered. So move for one meeting deferral, please. And I will ask Mr. Cooper as well as the clerk, am I better off to, the next meeting, I don't think the agenda will be too heavy versus heavy. And so June is going to be bad.
Councilmember, we have one committee report that I want to get into the record first. Councilmember, that's okay. Councilmember Mendez with the report from Budget and Finance.
Recommended deferral for one meeting, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Glover. Did you have a question for Mr. Cooper?
Just very, very brief. I want to move deferral one meeting. It may be Rule 24 here, and if so, that's fine. We'll just do the one meeting. We're going to get stacked up in June. I just want to make sure we're not stacked up in May.
Mr. Cooper says it's automatically one meeting, so.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, so the motion on the floor is a deferral for one meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All against?
Aye.
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 Any against? I see some hands raised. Councilmember Hager, your hand's still raised. Seeing nobody against. Any abstentions? Resolution, one meeting deferral of Resolution 2020-308 passes. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Resolution 2020-309, a resolution urging Senator Lamar Alexander, Senator Marsha Blackburn, and Congressman Jim Cooper to make unrestricted relief funds for local governments a requirement for their support for any future COVID-19 relief packages. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so very much, Pro Tem. I'm asking for your support on this legislation. This resolution is asking Senator Alexander, Senator Blackburn, and Congressman Cooper to ensure before they vote on any additional COVID relief packages that they are making sure that our local municipalities are taken care of. And as we know, with the CARES Act, what has been allocated is restricted in use, and we want to make sure that we're taking care of our local municipalities. And we all know the situation that we're in right now with a pending property tax increase, and I do think that we owe it to our constituents to try to advocate as much as possible to try to get as much revenue in our city to take care of the things that we need to take care of. So this is just a resolution asking for their support, and I would appreciate if you all support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. We need to get one committee report for this over to Councilmember Rosenberg, the Rules, Confirmations, Public Elections Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, Council Lady. Rules voted 7 in favor, none against.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Back to Councilmember Porterfield for, I assume, a motion for approval.
Move for approval, please.
All right. Council members, any discussion? Councilmember Suara.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Porterfield for filing the resolution, but I also want to urge my colleagues, in addition to voting for the resolution, I think it also makes sense for us to contact these federal legislatures and urge them to do what the resolution is asking. When the money is unrestricted, it's something that's going to help us with the upcoming budget. And so I'm going to ask everyone to please make a call to Senator Alexander and Blackburn and Congressman Cooper and ask them to work with their colleagues and make sure that we increase federal funding to local agencies and municipalities. And when we do that, that they should also make sure that it's unrestricted so we can use it to help. And I think it will relieve the burden on our residents. So with that, I ask that everyone support it, and I thank the sponsor of the resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. I just want to stand in support of this resolution. I think as we are going into this budget season, with the potential of a property tax increase, we owe it to the taxpayers of Nashville to do everything possible to limit any impact to the taxpayers. We've seen our representatives in Washington, bend over backwards to bail out Wall Street. It's about darn time that they help bail out Main Street.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor?
Aye. 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 Aye.
Any against?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Resolution 2020-309 passes. Resolution 2020-310, a resolution thanking healthcare workers and recognizing their efforts to combat COVID-19. Councilmember Stiles, you have one committee report.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Could I hear the committee report?
Off to Councilmember Rosenberg, Rules, Confirmations, Public Elections Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 7 in favor, none against, with 1 abstention.
Thank you. Back to Councilmember Stiles.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. So I wanted to do this just to say thank you for all the work that is being done currently, day in and day out, by all of our healthcare workers. Tomorrow, as some of you may know, is National Nurses Day. So I thought this was very timely for this to be presented to say thank you. Thank you to our nurses, thank you to our doctors, thank you to everyone that's working in facilities on the front line right now with COVID-19, and to be free. So I move for approval.
Thank you. It is a motion and properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Councilman Syracuse. Seeing is that I work for the Tennessee Nurses Association, I will be abstaining on 301, 311, and 314 for all of those reasons. And so if you'll just count me as an abstention on those, we don't have to come back to me.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Anybody else in the queue for discussion? All right, knowing that we will have one abstention, all in favor?
Aye. 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 Aye.
Any against?
Aye.
And any other abstentions besides Councilmember Murphy? Thank you. Resolution passes. On to Resolution 2020-311, a resolution thanking essential workers for their efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic. Councilmember Bradford.
Committee reports, please.
Off to Councilmember Rosenberg, Rules, Confirmations, Public Elections Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules with 7 in favor, none against, 1 abstention.
Thank you, Councilmember. Back to Councilmember Bradford.
I move for approval with a brief comment.
Floor is yours. Is it properly seconded?
Thank you, Pro Tem. I just want to ask all my colleagues to support this. We have seen throughout this whole process, from grocery store employees to delivery drivers to restaurant workers who, in some restaurants in my area, are working purely voluntarily to help keep our cities fed and keep goods moving, as well as truck drivers and all of our logistic drivers helping to ensure that our grocery stores are still stocked, that what we order gets to us in a timely fashion. And so I just ask that everybody support this, support our local workers and our local businesses who are open right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Seeing no one else in the queue, all in favor of Resolution 2020-311?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against?
Aye.
Or any abstentions? Seeing none, Resolution 2020-311 passes. Resolution 2020-312, a resolution recognizing the Purple Cities Project and Alliance Initiative and their movement to foster dementia awareness. Councilmember Hurt, you have just one.
Thank you, Mr. Yes.
Sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee report, please.
Thank you. Off to Councilmember Rosenberg, Rules, Confirmations, Public Hearings, Public Elections.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules deferred by rule.
Back to, thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Is it possible for me to suspend the rules?
It is. It certainly is possible. So are you?
I'd like to suspend the rules and ask for this to be acted upon tonight, please.
Councilmember Hurt is asking to suspend the rules. If there's anybody who has an objection to it, please raise your hands. I'm seeing nobody in objection to the suspension of the rules. Back to Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you very much. I really ask my colleagues to help me join in the Purple Cities Alliance. You know, Knoxville, our sister city, was one of the first cities to designate the month of May and a city as a Purple City in recognition of the Dementia Friendly Initiative. And, you know, the beloved Lady Vols coach, Pat Summit, passed away with complications from dementia and Alzheimer's. So just to give you a couple of things that I think is very important, we have about 50 million people living with dementia and Alzheimer's, and it's really not a part of our normal life. So we need more awareness and advocacy for this. So I ask that you join me and approve for Nashville to be one of those advocates to recognize Alzheimer's and dementia during the month of May.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. It is the motion. It is properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Bradford.
I just want to thank Councilor Lady Hurt for putting this resolution. My family has been deeply affected and touched by Alzheimer's. My grandmother had Alzheimer's dementia and eventually passed away from it. So I'm going to be supporting this 100%.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Seeing no one else in the queue, it's been motioned and properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. On to Resolution 2020-313, a resolution recognizing May 6th through 12th, 2020 as National Nurses Week in Nashville and Davidson County, and further recognizing 2020 as the Year of the Nurse. Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenberg. Rules, confirmations, public elections.
Thank you, Mr. President. Stop me if you've heard it. 7 in favor, none against, with 1 abstention.
Thank you. Back to Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of you may not know that this is the 200th anniversary of the birth of Florence Nightingale, which means that this is actually the anniversary of modern nursing as we know it. Nurses play such a critical role in our healthcare system, in the health of our nation, and the health of our city, and we've really seen that in practice right now during coronavirus and the response, the amazing response that nurses, as well as other healthcare personnel, but particularly nurses, their response has been incredible. When people enter the healthcare system, in many instances, a nurse is the very first person they see, and sadly, sometimes the very last person they see during their life. So it's very important, I think, that we recognize nurses and what they add to our healthcare system. And I ask that my colleagues support this resolution, and everyone who does support it, please be listed as a co-sponsor of this resolution to let nurses, who are such a keystone of our healthcare system, know how much we appreciate them, especially in this time of corona. So I move for approval.
Thank you, Councilmember Welsh. That is a motion. It is properly seconded. Councilmember Bradford, you wish to be recognized on this?
Sorry, my hand was still up from last time.
That's okay. Councilmember Hurt. You are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to stand in support of it, and I also happen to have a daughter who's a nurse, and I definitely want to stand in support of this legislation. And want to thank the Women's Caucus and Council Lady Murphy for their support and push for this particular legislation.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. My sister is a nurse as well. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Anybody against or any abstentions? I believe Councilmember Murphy, you said you were going to abstain on this one. Any other?
We're working for Nurses Association. Very proud to, and very proud to abstain on this. Thank you.
Seeing no other abstentions, resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Welsh and Hurt. On to the last resolution, RS 2020-314, a resolution recognizing the 10th anniversary of the May 2010 flood in Nashville and honoring the memory of those killed. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Committee reports, please.
Over to Councilmember Rosenberg for report from Rules, Confirmations, Public Elections.
Thank you, Mr. President. We managed to get Councilmember Murphy on the record on a resolution. This one was 8 in favor, none against, with 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Back to Councilmember Suara.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment, please.
This is a motion. This is properly seconded. The floor is yours, Councilmember Suara.
Thank you. 10 years ago, our city was devastated by a flood that took lives and caused billions of dollars in damages. I want to use this opportunity to thank Ms. Mary Formosa-Lambert, who emailed me in February and asked if the city could do something. This resolution is recognizing the 10th anniversary of the flood and memorializing Ms. Lambert's dad and stepmother, as well as the other 9 people that died during the flood. When I decided to file the resolution, I had no idea we would be facing 2 major catastrophes, a tornado and COVID. And just this past week, we had a thunderstorm that left thousands without power. And just like 10 years ago, neighbors continue to help neighbors, and Nashvillians continue to show up. Nashville is a resilient city, and my hope is that this resolution will not only recognize what happened 10 years ago, but will also provide hope to all Nashvillians during this time. Mr. President, I ask my colleagues to support and co-sponsor this resolution. I would like to have all 40 members be co-sponsor. Have all of us sign up to the resolution. And I would also like to request that we observe a moment's silence for the victims of the flood, the tornado, and the virus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Suara. Seeing nobody else in the queue, it's been motioned and properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody against or abstaining? Seeing none, resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Suara. And that concludes the resolutions.
Mr. Pro Tem?
Yes. Councilman.
If you don't mind, please, I would like a moment of silence for all the people that died in the flood and the tornado and everything that we've had in the last couple of, whatever. So we've been hit with a lot and we've lost a lot of lives, and I think that it would be good for this body to just observe a moment of silence.
You're asking to get everybody to co-sponsor? Was that?
Ask everybody to co-sponsor, but I'm also asking for a moment of silence.
Thank you. Councilmember Suara is asking for a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Suara.
Wiping that down. Okay, we are now on bills on introduction and first reading. Any bills that need to be taken up separately? If not, I'm looking through the queue. Anything that needs to be taken up separately? If not, then we're going to take them all together. If there's no objection, we'll consider all ordinances on first reading at one vote at this time. Do I have a motion to adopt? Got a motion and a proper second. Anybody wish to be recognized? Anybody wish to be recognized? We're on a motion and a second to approve all bills on introduction and first reading. Proper motion, proper second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? That's approved. 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. We are now on bills on second reading. We're going to go through the bills. There's only a couple pages of those. BL 2020-127, sponsor is Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from SP and R40 to MUNA zoning for properties located at 6404 Edens Creek Road, 3580, 3612, 3616, and 3622 Old Clarksville Pike, Edens Creek Road unnumbered, and Old Clarksville Pike unnumbered. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Yes, I want to defer one meeting to the second meeting in June, please, sir.
Okay, got a motion to defer to the second meeting in June, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're voting on a deferral motion. All those in favor say aye.
Would you like a committee?
Aye.
Committee report. I believe she said committee report.
Oh, committee report. There is a committee report. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
So it's referred to the Planning Commission. Is the committee report from Planning? So, Councilmember Murphy, I'm going to refer to you. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning Committee report.
It was deferred by rule.
Okay, deferred by rule. Okay, so we're voting on Councilmember deferred by rule, so it's going to come up on the first meeting in June anyway? Or do we just do it through the first meeting? All right, so it'll actually go to the second meeting in May, Councilmember Hall, because it was deferred by rule. All right, and we don't even have to vote on that. It just automatically goes deferred by rule. All right, Councilmember Hall, you got it? Deferred automatically by rule, one meeting.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. BL 2020-147, this is sponsored as Councilmember Murphy. Ordinance to amend Chapter 2.196 of the Metropolitan Code regarding lobbyist registration disclosures. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to get committee reports before I move an amendment.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, rules and confirmations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted in favor as amended, 8 in favor, none against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. I'd like to move my amendment with a brief explanation.
All right, Councilmember Murphy moves her amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. As I'll explain more on the bill, this legislation has been in the works for a while, and so, but we found after we had filed it, just a kind of technical correction. So what this amendment does is the original legislation talked about the clerk fining someone. The clerk does not have that power. How it should have been phrased was if a fine is recommended or what have you. And so it takes basically it assigns something to the clerk that we did not mean to, and so we are taking that out with this amendment.
All right, you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Questions about the amendment? Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, I'm on I want to be on the bill as amended.
All right. All right, questions on the amendment? Seeing nobody else in the queue, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote for the amendment is 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Amendment is adopted. Councilmember Murphy, you're on your bill as amended. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. As I mentioned previously, this is legislation that I've been working on for several years with when Mike Jamison was working with us, and Hannah Zeitlin has been tremendous in helping me do this. Basically, our Metro Lobbying Code and Ethics Code had not been updated since 1991. And so to put that in further perspective, not that 1991 was a long time ago. A lot of things have changed since then. A lot of ways to communicate, to lobby, and to advocate have changed since then. Being a professional lobbyist at the state level, formerly a contract lobbyist, now as an in-house lobbyist, when I came onto the council, I was really surprised at how few people feel that they need to register when they are asking us for a zone change, or talking to us about an ECD package or the like. Essentially, that is lobbying. They are trying to influence us. They are trying to influence us to change the zoning code, to change, to give zoning entitlements, take zoning entitlements away, or the like. Same with the ECD packages that come before us, influencing our vote one way or another. So since this, it is pretty dense and pretty heavy, but it's a comprehensive update that really mirrors what we do at the state legislature. Because we didn't want to reinvent the wheel, obviously, and not saying that the state legislature has lobbying registration and ethics downgrade either, but it is a model to follow. And so while this legislation does not go as far as the state and does not require as much as state lobbying code does, this does update our code and make it more applicable to modern day. And so with that also, I have spent time emailing out previous versions of it to lobbyists that lobby us frequently, and we know them well. And I have gotten some feedback from them, but overwhelmingly the feedback has been like, well, we do that at the state or more than that at the state, so we're totally fine with it. So having vetted that out, I'm happy to answer any questions about this and go from there.
All right, Councilman Murphy, before I leave you, what do you want to do with your bill? Do you want to move the bill as amended?
Yes, I've left that part out. I would like to move the bill as amended, and I'd appreciate y'all's support moving this forward.
All right, so this is a bill on second reading 2020-147 now as amended. Councilmember Murphy has moved passage, properly seconded. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I guess what we got a second from a number of people that interact with Metro, from, architects, engineers, landscape folks, that, they are frequently not necessarily like a civil engineer trying to get a zoning bill passed, but they're involved in a project. And I think there's some concern about the professional implications for people who have here before, at least interacting with Metro. And I think my understanding is, in many cases, also with the state, that this would suddenly be a new registration form. I'm not sure what the impact. And I wonder if the sponsor might consider at one meeting deferral, given that we maybe could and or should entertain another potential amendment prior to reading, just to see if we can accept some more feedback here.
Councilmember Murphy?
I'm happy to do that. The only feedback or email I've gotten about this negatively is from District 6 today, this afternoon, and it does contain some inaccuracies, which I would be happy to respond to that constituent. Obviously have not had time since it came in while we're in these meetings. Because I do think there is, as the downtown councilman alluded to, that there is some confusion here when it's really more people who are worried that they're going to have to register as lobbying. If you register as a lobbyist at the Metro level, that does not trigger you being registered as a lobbyist at the state level and the privilege tax that lobbyists have to pay. So for example, as a state registered lobbyist, I have to pay $400 a year to have that privilege to advocate on behalf of my clients. That would not be triggered with this legislation. But happy to answer other questions about that and get further clarification to anyone who is concerned about it in writing.
All right, Councilmember Murphy, I think Councilmember O'Connell asked whether you would be willing to defer, so I'm just checking with you on that.
Yeah, I'm happy to defer this so I can get that clarification out to you and whoever you have voiced concerns. Again, this is simply updating it, and really at the end of the day, yes, we have provided some wiggle room in the code for people who feel that they are not quote-unquote lobbyists, but also at the end of the day, I think the transparency is important, that our constituents do need to talk to or do need to be able to see who is talking to us about a client or a project. And one thing that I hope will clarify some misunderstanding here is when you register to lobby, and if y'all go to the clerk's website, you can pull down the list of lobbyists. You register to lobby on a client. You don't register to lobby per piece of legislation or identify what piece of legislation you have. You identify that you are the spokesperson or the advocate for that client. And so I know there was concerns about confidentiality and things like that. But again, for example, I am registered at the state as the lobbyist for the Tennessee Nurses Association. I do not provide a list of bills that we are watching or working because that is proprietary to my client. And just like that, here at Metro, someone would register as for developer XQZ, and they would not be having to register what pieces of legislation they lobby for or against or monitoring. So I hope that clarifies some of that. But no, I'm happy to defer this to our next meeting so people can feel more comfortable with that.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy moves to defer one meeting. That's properly seconded. Before I get to that, Councilmember Withers, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yes, to Councilmember O'Connell's point, and I appreciate his asking the question, and I appreciate sponsor Murphy's willingness to defer. I did have a constituent who is an architect who reached out this afternoon, and I know we're all have a lot going on these days, so I appreciate an opportunity just to have Councilmember Murphy kind of respond to some of those questions that perhaps some of Councilmember O'Connell's contacts might also have, and maybe just help us as council members walk through a couple of common scenarios like that of what does and does not apply under this legislation, since we do have a large number of people that contact us about things like that. So I appreciate Councilmember Murphy being willing to do a limited deferral just to clear up some of those potential areas of confusion. But I appreciate her expertise in this field and tackling this very challenging legislation and working on it as diligently as she has.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. There's a motion in front of us to defer one meeting by Councilmember Murphy. It was properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor of the one meeting deferral say aye.
Mr. President, hang on, Mr. President. Wait.
Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Have to turn. And I want to express my appreciation to the sponsor on this one. I'll be happy to distribute some of the feedback I've gotten to the council office just so we can kind of see if it is worth clarifying anything via an amendment process, and I'm grateful to her for the deferral opportunity.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. We're on the motion to defer one meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39 to 0 to defer one meeting. Any corrections to that?
Vice Mayor, before we move on, I did want to thank Freddie. We do need, if you can send me any questions anybody has received on this so we can clarify them. Because again, as I've mentioned, I have vetted it through a lot of advocates and lobbyists. And today was the first time we got an email about this. And so if there are other questions, please send them to the council office, because I do want to make sure that we get this right. Even though, we haven't updated it since '91. I do want to get those questions because I want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable with how the update we're doing, since it has been so long. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. BL 2020-184 by Councilmember Sledge, Nash, Toombs, and others. An ordinance amending Chapter 14.12 of the Metropolitan Code to require contracts procured through an invitation to bid process to become effective no longer than 30 days after the award is made. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Mayor, committee report.
Committee reports, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez. Hold on. You're recognized.
At the request of the sponsor, the committee recommended an indefinite deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for indefinite deferral.
Okay, so the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer indefinitely? Councilmember O'Connell, your hand is up? Is that from before?
That's my mistake.
Okay, no problem. We're on a motion to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The motion to defer indefinitely passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? Motion is approved. BL 2020-223 as amended by Councilmember Murphy, an ordinance amending Section 7.16.110 of the code to provide a mechanism for retail liquor establishments to obtain an exemption from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a certificate of compliance upon approval of the Metropolitan Council by resolution. Councilmember Murphy, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to I need a reminder on whether I need to suspend the rules first or if I want to get the committee report.
You've got to get the committee reports first. Public Safety, Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized. Councilmember Pulley.
Mr. Vice Mayor, the Public Safety Committee recommended approval of the bill as amended,
7 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. With that, I would like to suspend the rules to introduce an amendment on this legislation.
All right. So Councilmember Murphy has moved to suspend the rules to get a late filed amendment before us. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember Murphy, you're on your amendment. Proceed ahead.
Thank you. So this amendment came to me today. Metro Legal had mentioned it last week or 2 weeks ago, and never got the language to us today. So I'm apologizing for asking for rules, but I do think that it makes it it's a friendly amendment that makes the bill where I think all of us can be more comfortable with. So with that, I'm going to move the amendment, and then I can do further explanation on the bill.
All right. So Councilmember Murphy has moved the amendment to 2022-23. Properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing no discussion, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Amendment passes 39 to 0. Any corrections to that? All right, the amendment passes. Councilmember Murphy, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you. So as I explained before, this legislation, we had it go through, it went through planning and we sent it back through Public Works because that's where they'll be dealing with the bulk of what this legislation creates. So as we had earlier tonight, a beer permit variance request or distance hearing, this just sets the same type of system up for a liquor store. Very similar to also what we're doing with short-term rentals, where there's an escape clause where you come before the council and have them waive the distance requirement, right? So we already have the beer permit in place, and I think most of us are comfortable with that because we have them, every other month, a handful here or there, and we just passed the same type of process for short-term rentals. So this sets up, instead of where when a liquor store would like to go in and it's too close to a certain type of zoning, what this will do is set up where we won't be spot zoning for that liquor retailer. What we'll do is we can have a public hearing at the council and waive the distance requirements. And again, this amendment that we put on to just tonight, in case, because it was late filed, let me just read the quick version of what was added. So where it differs from the beer permit is where it's going to say, and I'm quoting the amendment here, in determining whether to adopt such a resolution, the council shall take into consideration A, the characteristics of the property, B, whether the granting of an exemption will be injurious to other properties or improvements in the area, and C, whether the granting of an exemption will be detrimental to the public welfare. So with that, we feel pretty comfortable moving forward, and it gives us guidance when we have public hearings to kind of decide whether we should let these retailers go in where they are wanting to go in. Again, adding more transparency to the process. Instead of just doing a rezone, they do have to come before the council, similar to the beer permit. With that, I'd like to move approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Councilmember Murphy has moved approval of 2022-23 as amended. It's properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate the work that Councilmember Murphy has done on this and the clarifications with regard to acknowledging that this is to some degree different from a beer permit. I mean, the fact that they've added the unique characteristics and to be sure that it's not detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other properties, I think acknowledges that this is at a higher level of impact possibly than a beer establishment could be. So my first question would be to Mr. Cooper. Can you explain what a retail liquor establishment is? I mean, is that a restaurant that sells liquor, or is it only a liquor store?
It's a liquor store or wine store.
Okay, and so what we currently have is that state law governs liquor licenses, and that if they are too close to something like a daycare or a park or a school, then it's simply not allowed. And what we're doing is providing for a mechanism where it could be allowed if the council grants them the waiver. So this would be a question for Councilmember Murphy. What kind of spot zoning would be possible to allow someone to put a retail establishment in if they were too close to a school? They can't rezone the school, so what is the alternative that we're currently using?
Councilmember Murphy?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So currently what we're doing is, like, if your property is too close to a school or a residence or what have you, somebody would use like an SP to allow the liquor store to happen. That's the example I've been given the most of, is an SP, or potentially rezoning it where by right, or they redesign it where maybe the front door to the liquor store is where it, if you move the front door to a different side street or something, you might be able to get around these distances. So that's where I would much rather have the comfort of a transparent hearing at the council than trying to feel like I'm sneaking something through in a spot zoning with like an SP somewhere where that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And then again, I guess one concern that I have is that we are adding a burden to. I think someone needs to use their mic. We're adding yet another burden to neighbors to be the keepers of unless the neighbors show up and let us know that they have concerns. Then the responsibility will be on us to discuss the unique characteristics and that type of consideration. So I just, on second reading, just want to raise all those questions so that some thought can be given to this, so that we make sure that we are appropriately granting this to something that to me is a little bit different from a beer establishment that typically is also, a mini mart or something that it may sell beer, but it also sells other things. And in looking at liquor stores, that's what they are, and that's the one thing that they do. And I'm just trying to think my way through, do we want to treat them the same way? So I appreciate the opportunity to ask those questions.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So may I ask a question of our legal director, Mr. Cooper?
You certainly can.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cooper, if we do this, what opportunity does the state have to come in and preempt this, or tell me what the what the obstacles may be if we proceed with this, please, sir?
So right now, the state law says that applicants for a liquor store have to get a certificate of compliance letter signed by the local mayor stating that the applicant does not have a felony record and meets the ownership requirements for a liquor store and the store will abide by all location restrictions. So I guess theoretically the state could change that law and say that you couldn't have any location restrictions, but that is what the exception would be granted for.
Okay, well, I don't like playing with danger, so that answers my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm really kind of intrigued by the comments that Councilmember Allen offered. I also appreciate Councilmember Murphy's bringing the bill and appreciate this discussion that we get to have. I guess in bringing an SP, by the way that by their nature, an SP would have public hearings as well, as this would, and in fact, it would have a public hearing before the Metro Council as well. So I guess one of the things that I'm trying to get a little bit more clarity on is if folks are currently using SPs for this purpose, does the zoning code allow that an SP could sort of defeat the kind of these distance requirements? That's kind of what I'm getting at. I really do appreciate Councilmember Murphy's approach of bringing something that is not permanent zoning. So I think that's really a good thing. I'm just trying to get a little bit of better grasp on what specifically is changing in terms of whether we allow it or not, because the SP itself would also have a public hearing before the Metro Council. That's what I'm trying to get at is how does an SP sort of defeat the minimum distance requirements that the state might have?
Councilmember Murphy?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So an example of this would be that in the way that I'm looking at this is if I were, because again, where this originated from was that I was contacted about a property in my district. They are already, it's a project that didn't need rezoning for the other uses for the adaptive reuse project that they've put there. That's been fabulous and things like that. But then when they wanted to have a wine bottle shop, literally this is two parcels next to each other. For one of them, we had to amend the SP and add liquor stores and retail liquor into the SP. So in that case, we were going back and changing something, and really it wasn't, unless the council member was pointing it out to constituents, I don't think that it's a transparent process to be like, oh, we're doing this so a liquor store can go in, at this location. What I feel is more transparent is this process, the one that we already use for beer permits, so that constituents do know, oh, retail liquor store is going in here. I can have a say on that part of this, of whether I like it or not. And so when you are looking at a lot of the mixed-use developments that we're having on our major corridors and things like that, this is giving our constituents, whether the zoning is already there or it might need to be amended, this gives our constituents a way to come before the council and voice their concerns in a way that they currently cannot do and are not able to do. And so I think this gives us, the council, another tool to control where liquor is and is not being sold, and another tool for our constituents to be heard about concerns in their neighborhood and concerns over a retail liquor store going in or not going in their neighborhood or surrounding area. And so that's why I really like this better, is because I feel like when we set up this public hearing system the way we do with beer, it really gives us more transparency and our constituents more of a say than looking at a complicated SP or looking at like one of the mixed-use zoning buckets where it might not be readily apparent that the developer wants to put a liquor store in. And so this way, it sets up a much more clear and transparent way for our constituents to know that that is part of the intent, or is rather the intent of what is going before the council and what is going in their neighborhood.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. So I'm looking in the queue. I don't have anybody else in the queue. All right, so we're on Councilmember Murphy's motion to approve 2020-223 as amended on second reading. Any other discussion? Okay, we're on the motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, is that Councilmember Glover? Who else?
Cash.
Okay, Councilmember Glover and Cash. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? All right, so I got a vote of 37 for, 2 against, 0 abstentions. Is that correct? Any corrections? Okay, 2022.
Yes. So are as abstaining, please.
Abstaining. 36 for, 2 against, 1 abstention. Okay, so the bill passes on second reading. We're now on BL 2020-232 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley centerline layer by abandoning a portion of alley number 146 right-of-way from Lafayette Street to Elm Street. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I'd like to request committee reports, please.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
One moment, please. I believe we approved that 13 in favor, 0 against.
We, I think, deferred one meeting.
I'm sorry, I got Freddie's confused. You're right. I'm sorry, Councilman O'Connell. We did defer this one meeting, 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Works Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. And Traffic and Parking, back to Councilmember O'Connell.
We also recommended a 1 meeting deferral, and with committee report in, I would like to move for a 1 meeting deferral with a brief explanation.
All right, motion is to defer 1 meeting, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one, it went to the Traffic and Parking Commission, and it was at a meeting that I was ill and missed, and the commission actually recommended disapproval of it. So I checked in with staff, discovered that there was at least 1 commissioner concerned about the timing. I'm going to now go back to the Convention Center Authority, which actually owns the land, and get clarification about the timing. It might be that where things are with activity in the city as a response to COVID-19, that the timing is less an issue. The long-term plan here is to potentially create, a potential transit facility, and so I think the mayor at the end of the long term are they will be valid. It's just, I think now a question of, do we want to do an abandonment with no plans, no capital, and sacrifice this portion of our urban alley network? And so I do want to spend 1 more interim period investigating that further with the Convention Center Authority, and I will come back next meeting with more information. I'd like to renew my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. The motion is to defer 1 meeting. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion further? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion to defer 1 meeting is passed 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion is approved. BL 2020-235 by Council Members Mendez, Henderson, and others. Ordinance amending Metropolitan Code Section 2.62.040F and Metropolitan Code Sections 12.56.170 to increase special event permit fees. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
This has been previously approved by Budget and Finance Committee, but it needs a report from Public Works.
Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Public Works Committee recommended a deferral of 1 meeting, 9 in favor, 0 against. I have heard some concerns from the community, which I share, about the impact to smaller nonprofits and neighborhood groups with these changes. I think the staff has done some good analysis and can respond to some of our questions, but to be frank, just didn't have all the questions really together. And I think since this has such a significant impact on our kind of open streets and neighborhood block parties and bike rodeos and everything from that end of the spectrum all the way up to some of the larger events, which I think we probably would all agree perhaps need to be paying more. but because it does take in the whole spectrum, just in an abundance of caution, our committee requested moved a one meeting deferral, please.
Thank you, Councilman Henderson. That may be the longest committee report I've ever heard, but thank you. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
That's not true, Vice Mayor. I've heard a lot longer ones.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Isn't it automatically deferred for one meeting because of that? Well,
You want to just defer a meeting?
I'll move to defer one meeting.
Okay, so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion for one meeting, please say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill is deferred one meeting, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion is approved. BL 2020-236 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Chapter 15.64 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding work time restrictions for grading permits. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Public Works Committee approved as substituted, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute with a brief explanation.
All right. Councilmember Sledge has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for a brief explanation.
Thank you. So the substitute functionally moved this bill from Title 15 for water to Title 16 for codes. I'll give a brief explanation of what it actually is. This essentially applies the residential and residential adjacent building construction accountability measures that Councilmember Murphy put in last term regarding work on Sundays and those red and white signs you see out on residential infill lots that have the name of the contractor and a contact number, and then reiterates in English and Spanish that no work is to be done on Sundays, and that they should be working between essentially 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. What I have found is that our grading permits, while they could be interpreted to be potentially under the noise ordinance, don't actually explicitly have those same restrictions that we have for building construction, for building and residential. So what I'm trying to do is right size and get everybody on the same level to where we're saying no residential grading on Sundays. You got to post notice with the information just like we do for building permits, and that you've got the hour restrictions that are functionally the same as the ones we have for building. So for that, I would ask approval of the substitute, and then I will move it.
All right, so I got a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Discussions on the substitute. Seeing nobody in the queue, we're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed, no. Any abstentions? The substitute is passed 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that one? Okay, substitute passes. Councilmember Sledge, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With the explanation of the substitute, I'm going to move approval with a referral to the Codes Committee on third reading, since this would now be put into.
Okay, so the request is the motion is to approve on second the bill as substituted and send it also to the Codes Committee for a review on third reading. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay, proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the bill as substituted? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Bill is approved on second reading as substituted and will be referred to the Codes Committee. Vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the motion. That's what's made. BO 2020-247 by Councilmember Murphy and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main and easements, except new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 4317 Harding Pike. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
I believe it's yours. It's already been approved by Public Works, Planning and Zoning.
Correct. 13 in favor, 0 against in planning. And with that, I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of this bill passing on second reading, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill is passed 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that one? That's the vote. That one passes on second reading. We're now on BL 2020-276 by Councilmember Hall, Vercher, and others. Ordinance amending Title V of the Metropolitan Code to establish a development impact fee. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez.
Committee recommended deferral for 2 meetings, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Codes, Fairs, and Farmers Market, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Withers, do you know what the vote was out of Codes? Or Councilmember Hall, do you know?
I do not.
Okay. Councilmember Withers?
I can't remember how many it was in favor, but there were no against.
Right.
Two meeting deferral.
So got a positive vote coming out of Codes? Okay. Positive votes coming out of Codes?
Deferral.
Oh, for a deferral. Okay,
Yes,
for a 2 meeting
I'm
deferral.
sorry. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, for a deferral.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. All right, Councilmember Hall, we're back to you.
Yes, I'd like to move for a 2 meeting deferral with a brief explanation.
All right, Councilmember Hall has moved to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Back to you for a brief explanation.
So there are some language issues that we're going to correct. We had a vigorous discussion in Budget and Finance and some points that were brought up for clarification. We agreed that from a language standpoint, to get it right the first time, rather than have to come back and do an amendment later. So we're going to take care of those things. We're going to give Metro Legal the 2 weeks that it asked for, or the 2 meetings it asked for, to be able to get that language in place. And so we're asking for a 2 meeting deferral.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hall, we got a motion to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Looked at the queue. Nobody's in the queue. All those in favor of deferral 2 meetings indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is approved 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the motion. The bill will be deferred 2 meetings. BL 2020-278 by Councilmembers Benedict, Mendes, and others. Ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government and City Road Chapel United Methodist Church for office space at 701 Gallatin Pike South in Madison. Councilmember Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez.
Committee recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Hurt.
Health and Hospitals recommended 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Seconded.
Any abstentions? Bill is approved on second reading, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that one? Bill is approved. BL 2020-279 by Councilmember Syracuse and Murphy and others. Ordinance to amend the GIS system, street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan government by renaming a portion of Elm Hill Pike between McGavick Pike and Ermac Drive to Century Way. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized. Hold on. Gotcha.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, we got Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Murphy.
Deferred 1 meeting, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works. Councilmember Henderson.
At the request of the sponsor, we recommended an indefinite deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Traffic and Parking. Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell.
We were 5 in favor, 0 against.
For the bill or for a deferral?
I'm sorry, for the deferral.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for an indefinite deferral with a brief explanation.
All right, so I got a motion to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So this request came from Emergency Services. This is a small section of Old Elm Hill Pike that has no addresses on it. There is another section in the district called Old Elm Hill Pike that does have addresses on it, and so they didn't want any confusion. And so Public Works asked for what should we change the name of this small little street? Well, back in the day when this was all created, it was called Century City, and Century Boulevard and Century this and Century that already exists. Marriott Drive even already exists in the area. So I said, well, just call it Century Way. Well, I've learned that since these streets were initially named, we have legislation that says that you can't name stuff after a business. So with that, I have to indefinitely defer this, and I will bring it back, and I will keep you in suspense as to what the new and improved name will be for this short stretch of Old Elm Hill Pike. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to defer indefinitely. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think I read somewhere that this road had some version of the word chicken in it, and I just wanted to suggest to the sponsor that if he could bring that back, it might be a fun little piece of new history over in Donaldson.
I think the council member is going to take that under advisement. Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. All right, anybody else in the queue? Don't see anybody else. This is a motion to defer indefinitely. It's been properly seconded. All those in favor of the indefinite deferral motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion to defer indefinitely is passed. BL 2020-280 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. An ordinance authorizing AEG MGM Nashville LLC to install, construct, and maintain underground and aerial encroachments in the right-of-way of 913 Church Street. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Mr. President, we would like to get committee reports here, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Henderson, Public Works.
Public Works Committee recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on 2020-280.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of passage of the bill on second reading say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill is approved on second reading. Bill 2020-281 by Council Members Rutherford, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements of property located north of Burkett Place Drive and east of Nolensville Pike in Williamson County, also known as Burkett Commons Phase 2. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
13 in favor, 0 against for approval.
All right, thank you. Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Works recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, of my next door neighbor safely socially distanced here at the council office, Councilman Bradford's bill.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Motion is to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill is approved on second reading. Bill 2020-282 by Councilmember Bradford, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County to abandon an existing public water main and easements for property located at 1 Terminal Drive. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
13 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Public Works recommends approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
I move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right, Councilmember Bradford has moved for approval of 2020-282, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
Basically, what this is doing is the airport is taking over a former rental car site and is converting it to a mobile equipment maintenance building. So that is why they are requesting the Metro Water transfer the water line authority to the airport authority and abandoning the existing water main.
All right, so you've heard the discussion by Councilmember Bradford. You want to move for approval on second reading?
I do. Move for
Okay,
approval.
you got a motion to approve, a proper second. 2020-282, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill is approved on second reading. BL 2020-283 by Councilmember Van Reese, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water main and to accept new public water main and fire hydrant assembly for property located at 600 Creative Way. Councilmember Van Reese, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take this moment for everyone to please stand up and take a stretch. And with that, I would ask for committee reports.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
13 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let the record show I'm giving this committee report standing. Public Works Committee recommends approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Van Reese, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. And with that, I move approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill is passed on second reading. Bill 2020-284 by Councilmember Gamble, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to negotiate and accept permanent and temporary easements for the Delmere Drive Stormwater Improvement Project for 5 properties located at 1334, 1335, 1328, 1338 Delmere Drive, and 4101 Delmere Court. Councilmember Gamble, you are recognized.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Henderson, Public Works.
Public Works recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to move for approval, please.
All right, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on second reading. BL 2020-285, Councilmember Stiles, Toombs, and others, an ordinance requiring employees of essential businesses interfacing with the public to wear appropriate face covering. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank
you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Hurt.
Yes, Health and Hospitals voted for Bill 2020-285, 5 in favor and 0, and 1 against.
5-4 and 1 against? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Stiles.
I would like to defer this one meeting.
Okay, so the motion is to...
We're going to amend it.
All right, so the motion is to defer one meeting. That's properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? All right, seeing none, the request is to defer one meeting. All those in favor of the deferral indicate by saying aye.
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 All right, any opposed to the deferral motion indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? Okay, bill is deferred one meeting, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? All right, bill is deferred one meeting. We're now on bills on third reading. We do have a way to have a consent calendar. I'm going to go through the items on the consent calendar, which will clear most of that third calendar. All right, just stay with me. I'm going to, you know what? I'm just going to read you the ones that are not on the consent calendar because there's only 3 of those. Substitute BL 2019-78 is not on consent. BL 2020-117 is not on consent. And BL 2020-237 is not on consent. Everything else is on consent. Those are the only 3. Anything else that needs to be bumped from the consent calendar? Checking the board. All right. Going to read these things.
Point of order. I need to ask on 117, is there a vote that keeps it off the consent calendar?
It's a, because there's a substitute.
A substitute, that's right.
That's what has kept it off. Okay. All right, BL 2020, here we go. BL 2020-196, an ordinance to amend Title 9 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to noise. BL 2020-225, ordinance amending Section 13.24.400 of the Code regarding the landing of parachutes on Parks property in conjunction with the Tennessee Women's Suffrage Centennial Celebration. Ordinance to amend the GIS system. This is 2020-228 by Councilmember Murphy, Henderson, and others. The GIS system street and alley center line from the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by abandoning portions of Collins Park Drive right-of-way. 2020-229 by Sledge, Murphy, and others. Ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley center line layer by abandoning a portion of Merritt Avenue right-of-way between Hagan Street and the railroad right-of-way. 2020-231, ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley center line layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by abandoning a portion of alley number 2005 right-of-way from the dead end south of Fern Avenue to the dead end north of Fern Avenue. That was sponsored by Toombs and Murphy. 2020-234 as amended. Sorry, I might be getting these. Did I miss one? Am I still good? I think I'm still good. I'm going fast. BL 2020-234 as amended. An ordinance providing for the waiver of certain building permit fees for the repair or rebuilding of property damaged as a result of the March 3rd, 2020 tornado. That sponsor is Syracuse and Suara and Allen and others. BL 2020-238 by Council Members Mendes and Murphy. Ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Midwest Communications, Inc. for real property located at 8072 Old Charlotte Pike. BL 2020-239 by Sledge, Mendes, and others. Ordinance authorizing the granting of permanent and temporary construction easements to Branberry Hill Apartments, LLC on a parcel of property owned by the Metropolitan Government. BL 2020-240 by O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing easement rights located at 804 4th Avenue South, formerly a portion of alley number 147. BL 2020-241 by Councilmember Pulley, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to negotiate and accept permanent and temporary easements for the Ackerman Court Stormwater Improvement Project for 37 properties located along Ackerman Court, Dodge Court, Grandview Drive, Granny White Pike, Gray Bar Lane, and Leland Lane. BL 2020-242 by Mendes, Henderson, and others, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Department of Water and Sewer Services, to enter into an agreement with Cumberland River Compact to continue to fund initiatives established as a result of the consent decree with the Department of Justice of the United States and the state of Tennessee. BL 2020-243 by Councilmembers Johnson, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing Metro government to accept new sanitary sewer mains and sanitary sewer manholes for property located at Wallace Road. BL 2020-244 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept water main, a fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manhole, and easements for property located at 1501 Herman Street. BL 2020-245, Councilmember Rutherford, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new water mains and easements for property located at 6820 Nolensville Pike and 7115 South Point Parkway. BL 2020-246. By Councilmembers Lee, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer force mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, and to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains and force mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 4309 Maxwell Road. BL 2020-248 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing brick sanitary sewer main and easements and to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 1206 and 1212 9th Avenue North. BL 2020-249 by Councilmembers Johnston, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 4 properties located on Nolensville Pike. BL 2020-250 by Councilmember Rutherford, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, a fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for properties located at 6424 and 6434 Pettis Road. BL 2020-251 by Councilmembers Lee, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at Hamilton Church Road, unnumbered, also known as Timber Trails Phase 2. And BL 2020-252, Councilmember Sledge, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for properties located at 522, 524, and 526 Southgate Avenue, also known as Southgate Station Phase 2. All right, so those are all the bills on the consent calendar. Does anything need to be bumped? All right, I'm looking at the list. Don't see anything that needs to be bumped. These are bills on third reading. They have all been approved by the appropriate committees. So all I simply need is a motion to approve those bills on third reading. Councilmember Mendes makes the motion to approve, properly seconded by Councilmember Syracuse. Any discussion on any of the bills? I hear music. There you go. I don't hear music anymore. So motion is to approve all those bills on third reading on the consent calendar, properly seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, consent calendar on third reading passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Is that correct? Any corrections? Consent calendar on third reading passes. All right, we have 3 bills left. Substitute BL 2019-78 by Councilmember Sledge. This is an ordinance to amend Section 17.16.070 of the Code to impose a minimum distance requirement for new short-term rental properties not owner-occupied from churches, schools, daycares, and parks. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We'll get committee reports, and I'll give the Codes Committee deferred 1 meeting, 7-4-0 against.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
1 meeting deferral, 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Defer 1 meeting for a stakeholder meeting in between. So with that, motion to defer 1 meeting.
Okay, motion is to defer 1 meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're on a deferral motion of one meeting. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions?
I'd like to abstain, please.
All right, Councilmember,
Roberts.
which council member?
Roberts?
Councilmember Roberts is abstained. So the vote is 38 for, 0 against, and 1 abstention. Okay. We're now on BL 2020-117. BL 2020-117. This is sponsored by Councilmember Sledge, O'Connell, and Henderson. Ordinance to amend Section 17.20.040 of the Code of Laws relative to parking requirements on multimodal corridors. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
13 in favor, 0 against. The bill is substituted.
All right, thank you. Traffic and Parking, Councilmember O'Connell.
Mr. President, we voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. On the substitute, did you have the substitute in front of you?
I apologize. Yes, we did have the substitute, and we voted in favor of the substitute.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move the substitute with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
So the substitute limits the bill's application to multimodal corridors within the UZO, and it also speaks to frontage. And I'm going to turn, I believe, Lisa Milligan from Planning still on the line, and I'll turn to her for a brief explanation on the frontage piece.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has moved the substitute. It's been properly seconded. Questions on the substitute? I couldn't. Councilmember Sledge, did you ask a question? I couldn't.
Oh, I was gonna request that Lisa Milligan from Planning further explain the substitute as it pertains to street frontage.
All right, so we were having trouble hearing you. We thought you just went ahead and moved it. Lisa, are you on the call still? We were looking for you. Lisa Milligan, are you there? I see you on there. There you go, just unmuted.
Yes, hi, Vice Mayor, I'm here.
Okay.
I wanted to give a quick explanation of the substitute. So the substitute was one that was sent over by planning. So this represents the recommendation by the Planning Commission. So essentially what the substitute does, it's twofold, as Councilman Sledge explained. The first thing is that this limits the exemption for parking only to areas that are within the urban zoning overlay, the UZO. And so it's just further restricting sort of the area to which this would be applicable. The second thing that it does is that it makes sure that we're more clearly defining which properties this would apply to in regards to how it's defined that they're along a corridor. And so essentially what we said was that it only applies to properties, lots, and parcels that have the majority of their frontage along the defined multimodal corridor. In other words, if there was perhaps a lot that was on a corner that had frontage on both a corridor and a local street, but the majority of their frontage was along the local street, they would not be able to take advantage of this exemption. And so it is further limiting it to make sure that we're only getting properties that are actually oriented to and along corridors, and also restricting it to those within the UZO.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thank you for staying up so late with us, too. Councilmember Sledge, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would move the substitute.
Okay, so the motion, the substitute is moved. We had a proper second before. Discussions on the substitute. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I really do appreciate Councilman Sledge for bringing this bill. I think I'm glad to see the council engaging with parking policy, and glad to be a co-sponsor. I failed to, I guess, notice some of these aspects of the substitute, and so I wanted to ask Councilman Sledge or perhaps Ms. Milligan, while I appreciate the limitation to the UZO, it reminds me somewhat of our, frameworks, strategic frameworks that we established, like for our sidewalk legislation. And so I wonder where this leaves areas that are a little outside of the UZO that, say, have their own UDO, an urban design overlay, or they are within Nashville Next centers, and so they meet all these thresholds. They're, within an urban design overlay, they're in a center, they are on a major transportation corridor. I wonder if planning or the sponsor can speak to why those would be left out by this substitute.
So, Ms. Milligan or Councilmember Sledge?
As a planning substitute, if Lisa feels comfortable answering that, I would defer to her.
Ms. Milligan?
Sure, I'm happy to address that. So as we were beginning to review this, we wanted to make sure that we, first of all, were sort of taking a bite of the apple, looking at where we already have sort of exemptions for parking. We have, as I think everyone knows, within the DTC, downtown code area, there are no parking requirements. And so essentially there is already an exemption there. And that's recognizing sort of the compact urban form and where you also have sort of the best level of sidewalks and walkability. You also have the best level of transit sort of in the area. And so expanding this allowance, and remember, it is an option. It's not saying that you can't have parking. It's saying that you don't have to have parking. And so it's expanding that option into sort of the first ring of the most urban areas that we have. And those are, again, the areas that where we have more walkability, more sidewalks, better transit service existing. And so it's sort of, taking small bites at this apple to make sure that it's working appropriately before we were to further expand it. And so planning's thought was to focus and address the innermost urban areas first.
Councilmember Henderson?
Okay, I appreciate that explanation, and I guess I would just ask, as we are considering, next steps, that we do keep in mind some of our larger, Tier 5 centers that are a little outside of the UZO, that are on major transportation corridors, that do have dense development and are walkable. I think they could benefit from consideration for this type legislation. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation and the answers to the questions so far. I got two. So this applies to already existing properties, or is it just for new, like plans for new developments? So would it do away with parking minimums that have already been agreed to? And my second question is about, if there were a unique situation and we as council were negotiating an SP between a developer and a community on a multimodal corridor, would we be prohibited from including any parking minimums or requirements in an SP?
I believe Ms. Milligan, can you answer that?
Sure. Let me make sure that I get them. I'll try to answer one at a time. And so this standard would apply to new developments or new uses. So think, for example, if you have an existing building that is utilized as a office, and if the office user was to move out and someone new was to, and they had 2 parking spaces, and someone new was to want to move into that space, they have to get a use permit from the zoning, from the codes department. So essentially, if they came in with a use that needed more than 2 spaces, then they may be able to get the permit for the use utilizing that exemption. And so it would really only be reviewed in that case if there was a change in use. to an existing building. So where you have, say, a multifamily building that already has parking, it has the parking, it's there. And so it's really only going to apply to existing buildings where a use may change. And then it's still also just an option. So it's mainly going to apply to new things or where use has changed. The second question was in regards to SPs. What our baseline is for SPs is that we're generally always going to use the zoning requirement as the baseline for the SP. And so where it's optional, to say that you can do an exemption, if that's what the developer is proposing, we would certainly review that. But if you, as the council member, ultimately it's your decision because you carry the legislation, and zoning is always a legislative matter. And so if there was a desire or a need that you saw for parking, then that could still be taken into consideration.
Councilmember Cash?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That helps. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
On the bill, please, Vice Mayor. We haven't put the substitute on yet, have we?
We have not put the substitute on yet.
Okay, I'll wait to speak on the bill. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else in the queue? All right, so we're voting on the substitute. We have a motion to approve the substitute. It's been properly seconded. Nobody else is in the queue. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Substitutes approved 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay. Substitute is approved. Councilmember Sledge, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will move approval as substituted. Brief explanation.
All right. Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Vice Mayor. So just so everybody's aware, so what this bill would do is as stated before, extends our DTC sort of exemption or elimination of parking minimum to these multimodal corridors. It does not end the construction of parking or prohibit it. It's obviously, from all the new parking garages that have gone downtown. What it does, however, is encourage development along these corridors that takes advantage of the multimodal aspect of them and creates the ability for developments that go in, especially when it comes to residential development, to take advantage of their square footage to build more housing units instead of more car parking. So this practice has been done from cities from Buffalo to Minneapolis to basically all over the country, and it has been replicated well, and just basically a good, Councilmember Henderson was speaking toward, basically just a good policy to put in place so that we're making sure we're taking multimodal corridors in the best way for all involved. So with that, I move approval.
All right. Councilmember Sledge has moved approval. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the work that's gone into this bill. Speaking for my district, we have one bus stop in the district. It's just inside the district lines, and it's the second largest council district in the county. When you don't have the option, when you only have one mode, there's no such thing as multimodal. So, my concern is that along some of these major pikes into town, developers will take advantage of the opportunity to just max out building and create issues that make it impossible for people who are not within 15 minutes of a bus stop, which describes most of my district, renders it impossible for them to access it. But I also do appreciate the challenges of the fact that once there is, if there ever is, transit in Nashville, that you can't get people to unbuild things, so you have to be against the curve. So I appreciate the work. I just don't think it serves my district, and I'm going to vote against for that reason. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to build on what Councilman Sledge was saying and just, share with colleagues that this kind of policy is important because so much of the cost of housing is often in the parking garage. We really are, kind of paying to house cars. And so, as we've seen and Councilman Sledge alluded to, in our DTC, we have no parking minimums, and yet we still have massive parking garages. That's part of our kind of reality. But I think, too, if you talk to the development community and some policymakers around this, so often it is on the financing side. It is the real estate financing side that is requiring developers to have a certain number of parking spaces to get their financing. So I think it is important that we continue to work on policy like this and, help the community understand kind of the high cost of free parking. But I absolutely understand and appreciate Councilman Rosenberg's concern, but as I understand, this bill is substituted, would not affect his district at all. So thank you. With that, I give my support and encourage others to support as well.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I fundamentally appreciate Councilmember Rosenberg's concern as expressed here. I think, taken down to the level of looking only at corridors defined as multi-mode streets plan. The idea here is actually consistency with Nashville Next, right? The places that Nashvillians expressed over and over again that they were most comfortable with growth were in larger, including downtown, including some areas where we've already seen some amount of density and a mix of uses and along our corridors, and that actually suits any future transit initiative just fine. I don't think this is going to result in something to the detriment of Nashvillians. I think this is going to actually assist in an evolution that allows people to create walkable districts, to create more Hillsborough villages, more 5 Points, more places that people enjoy time. And I think we're going to see even just the way that parking functions in these scenarios evolve too, such that scenarios like Green Hills, where it's a turf war over all that parking, are going to fade in favor of scenarios like the redevelopment plan for Newhoff, where a shared parking scenario actually allows anybody coming to that site to basically enjoy the entire district once they've parked and spend, say, an afternoon there on foot without having to move their car a block every time they want to go to a different portion of the area. So I think this is actually going to lead to a healthy mix of conveniences for motorists, but also for people who want to spend time in corridors within the boundary view. It's going to play out very favorably for Nashville. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to pick up again on the affordability piece of that in residential properties, just allowing the flexibility to put in an amount of parking that's appropriate to the clientele that's expected to be there, I think gives us a number of options that other cities have used to enable them to save space for parking and say, if it turns out that we need it, we can add it later, but to spend their funding on building housing for people that need to be close to jobs and work, and this provides additional flexibility to enable them to do that. So I support this legislation.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I believe that takes care of the queue. We are on BL 2020-117 as substituted. The motion was to approve the bill on third reading as substituted. It's been properly seconded. The queue is clear. We're voting on the bill. All those in favor of 2020-117 as substituted indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no.
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 All right, so I think I can do this. I think Councilmember Rosenberg voted no. Who else voted no?
Council Lady Roberts.
Council Lady Roberts. I've got Rosenberg and Roberts voting no. Anybody else?
No, Glover.
Okay, so I've got 3 noes. Anybody else? Any abstentions? So the vote is 36 for, 3 against, 0 abstentions. Is that correct? Rosenberg, Roberts, and Glover vote no. 36 to 3 to 0. Any corrections?
Curtis Burns, that's fine.
Bill S. Councilmember Allen, did you wish to be recognized on the vote?
No, sir, I just forgot to unmute my mic. I apologize.
Okay. All right, no problem. Okay, 36 to 3 to 0, the bill passes on third reading as substituted. Last bill on the calendar for us, Bill 2020-237 by Council Members Mendez, Henderson, and Allen. Ordinance approving Amendment 2 to the contract between Waste Management, Inc. of Tennessee and the Metropolitan Government through the Department of Public Works for the processing and marketing of recyclable material collected by Metro and extending the contract term to 2025. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
All committee reports are in. Move approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to say that we had an additional recycling and solid waste subcommittee meeting on this for additional information, and kind of got a good history of just disposing of solid waste in Nashville in general. There is an overall master plan that does try to move us towards diverting as much waste as we can from landfills, and recycling is an important part of that. We are just, it's unfortunate that the Chinese market has made the economics of it not ideal at the current time, but I think there are indications that that will change in the long run, and that continuing with this process as we get through that is the best way to keep us making progress in that effort. And I think that we can look at ways to decrease our contamination and to make this be not much of a financial burden on the city, and I would ask for support for this.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you. I'm in support of the recycling, and I think that we've got a lot of information saying we've got to, and it's something that we needed, and I support it. My only question still remains if we need to do twice a month. We're currently doing once a month, and if we do stay at once a month, we will be saving about $550,000. And I think considering the budget rules that we have right now, I'm so much in favor of keeping the recycling, but limiting it to once a month until things get up financially. And that $550,000, we can put it to other use. I'm very much in support of the National Education Commission. That needs $500,000. There's so many things we can use that $500,000 for. So I support moving ahead, but I want to recommend that we just limit it to 1 year. Once a month. Save about $550,000, and once things get better financially, we can then go back to twice a month or amend the contract to twice a month. So that's what I want to recommend, and I don't know if we can amend the contract to show that, or whatever we need to do to be able to have that savings.
I'm going to recognize Councilmember Mendez for an answer to that.
So unfortunately for the council members' game plan, we're only at once a month. This contract only pays for once a month. The game plan had originally been to go to twice a month. That's not happening. It's not in the cards. It's not funded by this amendment. So there's not any additional savings to have by trying to get it back to once a month or keep it to once a month. That's what's anticipated. Once a month, no savings to be had, right, Mr. Cooper?
Yes, the contract would allow us to go to twice a month. If we decided to, we would just pay more. But the administration has indicated that those plans, as Councilmember Suarez said, those plans are on hold, and we're sticking with the once per month.
So the question is the resolution as we're looking at it still has the $2 million as the amount of the contract. And my understanding is that the $2 million is for the twice a month. That has not been changed to reflect. So will there be an amendment to that? I guess that's my question.
Mr. Cooper.
Hang on, let me look at the fiscal note here. Okay, so we would pay, if we go to additional collections before July 1st of 2020, then we would pay $50,000 for each additional collection. If we went next fiscal year to the twice per month, then we would pay the full $2,250,000, but that is reduced by sticking with the once per month. So the 2.25 million that's referenced assumed that we would go to twice per month, but we are not. So we will realize that savings.
Councilmember Suara.
I guess it's okay, but I'm just trying to make sure that since the contract or whatever we're looking at it still has the number $2 million, if Director Cooper will confirm that that is something that we're not committing to $2 million. That's just what I wanted to be sure, because that's the number we're talking about. If we're not going to do that, why not change that to show 1.7 or whatever it is for a year before we start on the dotted line?
I'm going to recognize Councilmember Mendez. Did you want to respond?
Two points in response. One, we've got our council director telling us that it's not committing us to the higher amount as a city. And two, we're about to have the operating budget conversations over the next month and a half, and we can triple check with the administration that they're not proposing to appropriate the money for the twice a month, and it's really going to only be the once a month. And so we can, I think we got some belt and suspenders protection here that we're absolutely positively not being committed to the twice a month by approving this. Right, Mr. Cooper?
Thank you.
Right, all contracts have a maximum liability amount, and that's what that 2.25 million is, but we're not obligated to pay that if we don't go to the twice per month.
Okay. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to state that I feel like this bill kind of came out of nowhere, that we've got our backs to the walls with this, and we weren't given enough time to thoroughly vet this amendment to this contract before it was time to do it. I also feel like this is not the first time this term that we've been in this situation. And with everything going on with our employees and the upcoming budget, I just cannot get behind this bill, and I want to go on the record with no vote.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Mayor, sorry about that. Mr. Cooper, what outs do we have in this because of the extension we're looking at here? In the event we need to reduce what we're talking about here, what options do we have, please, sir?
I'm not exactly sure I understand the question. The contract was actually for 10 years, but because it's over 5 years, the extra 5-year period needed to be approved by council. So that's one thing that's being done here. If you were, I mean, we could always renegotiate the contract if circumstances changed, but given the increased split that we're going to get on the revenue side for the sale of the recyclable materials, if the market turns around, then we're going to end up being better off than we were before under the old contract. So we kind of built into the contract a mechanism to get some of that money back.
Okay, well, you'll forgive me, but I don't see that we normally ever come out ahead on hardly anything we do. So that's why I was trying to figure out what options we have in the event things do change, and are we locked in? Is there still the same 30-day cancellation on this as is normal with most every Metro contract?
There is a termination provision that was in the contract. I don't remember if it's 30 days or 90 days or what it is, but that is not changing. What the termination provision that was in the original contract remains.
Okay. Do we have the option, let's say if the economic conditions in Nashville don't improve in the short term, do we have the option to back it down to every other month versus once a month?
Not without amending the agreement.
And is that possible? Should we hit that type of situation?
I mean, contracts can always be renegotiated if both parties agree.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Stiles?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say that I think it's important that what we decide is that we end up keeping this and that we do not get rid of having a recycling program in the city. I know it seems that it's not utilized by many people, but I believe that that number is growing, and we need to bear that in mind, because if we were to get rid of it, it would be an act of Congress to bring it back. I genuinely believe that. So I think we're on the right path, and just how we figure out how we do that is what we need to determine. But I wanted to say that I am in support.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Hall?
Just real brief, and this is for Attorney Cooper. Being that the contract was supposed to be for 5 years and it's for 10, and because it was supposed to be for 5 and approved by council, what prevented that contract from being voided at that point? Since whether it was an administrative error or whatever that caused that, why wasn't the contract renegotiated from scratch at that point?
Well, I mean, functionally, the council, if this is approved, they will be approving a 5-year extension. That's, from a legal standpoint, that is what is happening. It's true that at the time the contract was awarded, the parties thought that it was for 10 years, but by law, it could really only be 5 years.
And that's all I was saying. Because by law it could only be 5. Now we're renegotiating and calling it a contract extension, and we're still using the basic contract from the previous terms. So that's what I was just saying. I was just, for a clarity point, I was trying to figure out why didn't we start from scratch with the contract, as opposed to amending it or renegotiating existing terms, because it was technically never a 10-year contract.
So, Councilman Hall, that we didn't negotiate the contract. I think that would be a question for the administration.
Yeah, it's for Public Works.
Yeah, we're not in charge of the contract.
So was it it an administrative error or a lapse on Public Works part during negotiation, or was it on Waste Management? We didn't catch that.
So this was done in 2015, right at the change in administration, going from the Dean administration to the Berry administration, and I assume that it was just an administrative error. It was just didn't get submitted. I didn't know anything about it, or I would have raised it at the time. But sometimes these things happen, and they are bringing it back to ratify it so that it could be a full 10 years.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, good morning, Chair. I wanted to speak in favor of this for a couple of different reasons. Of course, about 55–60% of District 8 went through the USD process and are facing new tax rates because of that. And in our very intense and multi-meeting discussions, one of the things that came up over and over again as the benefit from getting into the USD was the recycling element. We're continuing to do our part to make sure that folks use this service, and we'll continue to work on that. One of the things, the second thing that I wanted to mention is to remind colleagues that if you don't recycle something, it doesn't just magically disappear. It just becomes more trash. And more trash and more landfill space is the wrong direction. And so I wanted to remind you that some of the recycling that has taken place, if jeopardized, would merely just move that trash from one pile, if you will, to another. And I want to go on record as saying that here in 2020 that it's important for a major metropolitan city that is looked at around the world as an example, simply have a very basic recycling service. Anything opposite of that is just disappointing and unacceptable.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Evans?
Call the question.
Previous question has been called. So we're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no? Opposed, no? Any abstentions? Previous question prevails, 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. We're now voting on BL 2020-237 for passage on third reading. All those in favor of BL 2020-237, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no.
No. No.
All right, so I've got 2 noes. So I need to know who you are. Anybody voting? Councilmember Young is a no. Is that right?
Correct.
And who else is a no?
Glover.
Councilmember Glover is a no. Anybody else?
Bradford.
Bradford is a no. Okay. Anybody else? Any abstentions? The vote is 36-4, 3 against, 0 abstentions. Is that correct? 36-4, 3 against, 0 abstentions. Bill passes on third reading. Have a motion to adjourn? Got a motion to adjourn? Properly seconded?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
Thanks for using web. Visit our website
at www.webex.com.
And so the council has concluded about a 5-hour and 50-minute meeting, 22-page agenda. This was the third time the council has conducted its meetings virtually and operating under emergency rules that became possible under a executive order issued by Governor Bill Lee, which allows local governments to continue to function and do necessary business during the pandemic. The council spent a good bit of the night on any one item. It was probably on the zoning bills. This is the first time the council's ever done public hearings on zoning on a virtual basis. They had some 47 bills to consider, about 10 pages of the 22-page agenda on that. Because of an abundance of caution, a good bit of those a number of those bills were deferred for the night. About 35 of the 47 council members were concerned because the public could not be here. They could call in and talk to them virtually, but they didn't feel like, in some cases because of controversy, that was a good idea. Also, another concern that came up in the last couple of days was because of the storms in the area and how many power outages we've had, that some people might not remember or might know that these hearings were coming up tonight. So again, we had a number of those zoning bills deferred tonight. They'll be coming up, a lot of them, in the second meeting in June, on June the 9th. So we're going to have quite an agenda on June the 9th to deal with a lot of that. By the way, June 9th is not normally a council meeting date, but we're going to meet multiple times in the month of June because of the budget. And so they had an additional time to put in, and a lot of those are being put off onto the June 9th meeting. The June 2nd meeting will have a lot of work going on in terms of what's going on with the budget, with the public hearing. There was some criticism about having the public hearings tonight. One of the neighborhood activists, John Stern, phoned in and expressed his concerns that this was beyond the scope of what the governor's executive order allowed. He also said he thought it was a violation of the First Amendment and a violation of the State Open Meetings Act. But the council continued to act on them tonight, and like I say, handled about 47 of those bills, at least in a lot of cases, passing about 10 or 11 of them and deferring the others until another meeting. The council also passed on first reading tonight the multi-billion-dollar budget that Mayor Cooper has suggested, along with the property tax increase of some 32% to fund it. There was not a separate effort to try to vote on those separately tonight or debate them. The council usually passes first reading bills in omnibus without debate. That's what happened tonight. Perhaps they were worn out for some of the other things they'd already done earlier in the evening to deal with things going on with public hearings. The council, in somewhat of a surprise, voted by one vote to reject a settlement, court settlement that would have seen the city be paid $144,000 from Youth Opportunity Investment Group, which operates the city's downtown juvenile detention center. You might remember that's where 4 young people recently escaped and led to a high-profile and costly search to apprehend them. The Metro Police thought they spent over $250,000 in trying to do all that, and they were seeking damages for that out of the contract. Metro Legal felt Metro had some shortcomings in the whole matter, and they recommended this $144,000 settlement. Again, it failed tonight in the council by 1.18 to 17. The council also had a number of resolutions for tonight dealing with the pandemic. One is a memorializing resolution urging our 2 senators and Congressman Cooper to make restricted relief funds for local governments a requirement for their support of any future COVID-19 relief packages, and that's a matter being debated in Congress right now. They also passed 2 resolutions, one authorizing applying for and one accepting a $1.5 million grant from the Federal Justice Department for monies to assist Metro Police in preparing for and responding to the virus. Also, another resolution, 2310, thanked healthcare workers and others thanked essential workers, and also recognized nurses and a couple of different things, all for their work and efforts to combat COVID-19. The council also was looking for more revenue tonight in terms of increasing the fees, which had not been increased since 2016 for parades and local community events. There was some concern by smaller groups, small neighborhood groups, so that bill was deferred for more study. Also, another bill that seeks to regulate and increase the annual fees paid by those who lobby the council on a professional basis also brought up a lot of questions, so the bill was postponed as well. 2 final actions by the council, not on third reading. They voted to waive on the consent calendar. Actually, they approved this bill on third reading that would waive permit fees for those rebuilding in the wake of the March 3rd tornado. That's estimated cost to Metro could be as much as $60,000. Finally, in the last action the council took tonight on Bill 2020-237, it voted 36 for, 3 oppose and no abstentions to approve a new 5-year contract with Waste Management Services to continue the recycling that goes on in the community once a month. Some council members are hoping to get it up to twice a month. This new contract does not allow for that. In fact, it was going to require Metro to pay several $1 million more over the next 5 years, in part because of market conditions that have been going on, particularly in dealing with the impact that China has on that particular part of the council is now in recess. We'll be back again on May 17th, 2 weeks from now. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, good morning from the council chambers.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.